Okay, we are live. Finally, after a few days, cold, rough winter days, have a little bit of meat for a stream tonight. Hopefully, everybody's doing well. We need to choose a new verse for today. Did you want your phone back, love? Oh, okay. Have all the phones. And the Mandalorian. Good one. And figure we'll stroll on X a little bit. Let's choose a verse of the falling behind in my daily readings. I need to read more. Actually, Proverbs. You want it again? That should be quite enough that you can hear it. Not too overwhelming, hopefully. We're in here still. Guess it's all a problem, huh? Please, when no one pursues, the righteous are blind. When man transgresses, it has many rulers. Both a man of understanding and knowledge and stability will long continue. Those who forsake the law praise the wicked, and those who keep the law strive against them. Evil men do not understand justice. But those who seek the Lord understand it completely. Better is a poor man who walks in his integrity than a rich man who is crooked in his ways. Keeps the law as a son with understanding, but a companion of glutton shames his father. Whoever multiplies his wealth by interest and profit gathers it for him who is generous to the poor. One turns away his ear from hearing the law, even his prayer is abomination. Whoever misleads the upright into an evil way will fall into its own pit, but the blameless will have a goodly inheritance. Good. We'll go with that one. I like it. What are you doing, lovies? Okay, let's see. We are watching Flats 2. Oh, well, we need to get the drops. What drops are going on anyway? Iron Fist drops, nameplate, spray, emote, and costume coming up. We're almost there. You okay? Did you hurt your foot? What are you doing?
The Bluey episode.
Are you frozen?
There, shocked.
Oh, he's shocked. He's shocked. Islamic radicals go on a shooting rampage against Jews celebrating Hanukkah. Literally nothing like 9/11. Internet geniuses. So it did age well, and now I'll watch all the morons scramble to reframe it and walk back all her slander on her. They have been signaling that a 9/11 style attack is coming the second week of December. Save this tweet; it will age well. Yeah, that's nowhere near 9/11. Yeah, it's horrible, but like all the crap that happened over the weekend, nowhere near like the impact that 9/11 had. Phil is right and based, as always. I can almost guarantee Candace will say that Erica is the only one that could make her stop her conspiracy theories surrounding Charlie, and she will walk back some of her claims about TPUSA being implemented. Bookmark this post.
Erica posted that Candace Owens and I are meeting for a private in-person discussion Monday, December 15th.
Always. She always writes
Candace and I
notes.
have agreed that public discussions, live streams, and tweets are on hold until after this meeting. I look forward to a productive conversation. Candace said, I'm very much looking forward to this discussion. Look, here's my prediction for this, okay? This is going to take place.
Literal, because she doesn't have any receipts for anything that she like brings up.
Don't put this in.
What is it? Don't put that chopstick in your mouth. It's from your pop.
That Candace will say, look, I said that Erica would be the only one who could make me stop if she asked.
Try and drink it.
And the questions have been answered in relation to TPUSA being implicated. I think she's going to walk this back. I think that there's probably quite a bit of pressure right now. The tides have turned. And I think it's probably going to cool temperatures quite a bit. Yeah. I would be willing to bet that Candace is going to have to walk some things back or play this a little more carefully moving forward. And the truth is, it would be best for this to be put to rest. It doesn't mean that anyone evades accountability, but truth is what matters most here. And I hope that's what comes of this. I would be willing to bet that Candace walks it back, and this is not going to be continuing down the same path.
Yeah, and Candace did start to face a lot of pressure because of that comment that Erica was the one who could make her stop. Erica did tell her to stop, and people were pointing out that Candace had not stopped.
Right.
So we'll see if it was an in-person thing or not.
Yeah. So, and you guys let me know what you expect from this. I hope. I really do hope so. If you want to go on and say, you want to say Mossad, you want to say the French Legionnaire, the Legionnaire Gendarmerie, whatever, 13th Brigade, even though they don't have brigades.
TPUSA and all the people there.
But the implication that TPUSA and his family, and Candace can say she didn't imply Erica Kirk, but you see this out there. A lot of people implying that she was complicit or involved. They're going to have to go through this trial. This is this woman's husband who died. I get it. She's CEO of TPUSA, but she is a grieving widow. I really do hope that there can be a ceasefire here and she can enjoy as best she can Christmas with her family and for the first time children without a father. When you think about it, it really is just heartbreaking. So I hope humanity prevails.
Yeah.
No jumping around.
Hopefully. Keith Olbermann, our evil, mentally ill president, celebrates the murder of Rob Reiner. He and all who enable him will eventually go to hell. I pity them all. Very sad thing happened last night in Hollywood. Rob Reiner, a tortured and struggling but once very talented movie director and comedy star, has passed away, together with his wife Michelle, reportedly due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding, and incurable affliction with a mind-crippling disease known as Trump derangement syndrome, sometimes referred to as TDS. He was known to have driven people crazy by his raging obsession of President Donald J. Trump, with his obvious paranoia reaching new heights as the Trump administration surpassed all goals and expectation of greatness, and with the golden age of America upon us, perhaps like never before. May Rob and Michelle rest in peace. Pushing the limits there. note includes instructions that community notes are to be used to add context. Not sure they understand what this means. President Trump did in no way celebrate the murder of Rob Reiner as inappropriate as his message may otherwise have been. Mr. Olbermann, on the other hand, has actually celebrated a murder before. Missing context. Keith has previously celebrated murder. Yeah. Let's go look at that one. Probably Charlie Kirk. Yep, exactly. Sinclair says Kimmel's suspension is not enough. Calls on FCC and ABC to take additional action. This dude says burn in hell Sinclair alongside Charlie Kirk. Yeah. Yeah, Trump didn't say anything nearly as bad as that evil man. I don't know how to put it in words either. It's not good, but it's not bad either. It's funny, but it's horrid. Yeah, it's a backhanded, like...
Big, but like he's not mean. Very self-proclaiming. I don't know. Just like there was no doubt in my mind that he wrote that.
Yeah, no.
You read it and you know
That was definitely from Trump. Adam, your own digital footprint reeks of the same deplorable glee when Charlie Kirk was brutally murdered 3 months ago. You effing cheered, you sanctimonious prick, dancing on his grave with the unctuous fervor of a hyena. This guy I watch, Matt Morse, says my wife is boarding an airplane and just sent me this message. Everyone, please pray for her. Crying emoji, prayer hands. Female pilot, I love you guys. With a salute. Female pilot, I love you guys.
my Lord. Oh no, don't be
Now she's a pilot. Oof. Pilot jokes incoming for this season. Is the Bondi shooter David Cohen. This is no, it is not. Individual police is alongside the suspect as a father and son duo. Yeah, this is Ford. You are retarded. Agreed. I bet you Ridvan got a lot of hate for this comment. Come on, don't blame him that his parents are first cousins. I mean, he is from the inbred world. That makes sense. I need to redo that one. Got more hate from Christians on this app than I ever have from Muslims because Muslims love what you and Candace are doing. Yeah, that's true. More arrogance because we see your blatant hypocrisy. Muslims don't think you have virtue to begin with. Christians see your fake virtue signaling and call it out. I bet I live a more holy life honoring God's commandments than you, but carry on with casting your stones. You are way out of your depth, sweetie. I'm aiming my stones at hypocrisy like yours. Keep aiming your stone at Charlie's widows to farm engagement, and then keep telling us all how persecuted you are. Exactly. Doing Missy? Uh-huh. Yeah. Pushing it off. Holier than that, like she did. My eyes just roll. Yeah, exactly. Interesting. Torch drinks. A bar in New Orleans buried and harassed multiple ICAC officers. Internet crimes against children because they think they're ICE agents. These during leftists have so much hearing from their targeting cops to take down pedophiles. Complete losers. What a cringe loser. That's not how a Jedi or a Sith gets their lightsaber. Green? No. That's stupid and so unlore like. I guess the mode didn't work out. Yeah, exactly. So stupid.
Puppy.
Jew and Hindu are dead. Rhode Island and Australia have some of the strictest gun laws that I've ever seen. These criminals don't care about your stupid gun laws and gun-free zones. So if you want to keep celebrating Christmas, Hanukkah, and New Year's, vote me into Congress so I can actually make Texas the worst place for terrorist Muslims to live in, so help me God. Remember, for me, this is just an election, and I'm very well protected. But for you, this is your life. This is an AR-15.
Oh, so. No one. Mr. Naked. Father and son, 50 and 24. Religious extremists. Yeah. Islamists. They're Islamists. That's why they're politically extremist. Someone's followers have something seriously wrong with them. Should be a phone call. There's no reason campus should have to be in my same room. That Oop, crazy lady. Yeah, okay. They do. A lot of people mentally are messed up. Australia vows tougher gun laws after Bondi Beach terrorists killed 15 people. Yeah, that's not going to solve the problem. Evil people are going to get their hands on whatever they can to kill as many people as they can. Yeah, check your immigration. James Fishback for governor of Florida. Ooh.
Men in our country who watch and follow Nick Fuentes. I want to clarify and apologize for absolutely nothing. The young men in Pasco County who wore blue America First hats, who came to our event, where the average age in the room was somewhere in the 60s, were there, were respectful, were civil. We had a great conversation, and they have a...
He just went and said, I don't give a fuck. Basically, let's see here. We'll watch this. Clarify comments made about Nick Fuentes, his followers. Oh, boy.
I want to clarify some comments that I made this week rather abruptly in a live interview about the young men in our country who watch and follow Nick Fuentes. I want to clarify and apologize for absolutely nothing. The young men in Pasco County who wore blue America First hats, who came to our event, where the average age in the room was somewhere in the 60s, were there, were respectful, were civil. We had a great conversation, and they have a...
He just went and said, I don't give a fuck. See, I told you, all you need to do is get enough people together, and you can do anything you want.
Real pulse for what is going on in the country. Too often these days, young white men are discounted and told that their opinions don't matter. They are toxically masculine.
Man.
That they have some sort of privilege and their conversation and contributions don't matter. I'm running for Florida governor because Florida is our home. America is our birthright. And we can never, ever sell out the men who built this country.
Anymore?
I've been waiting on this for a while. I've been waiting on this for a bit. Finally, it's going to happen. So he has my vote? Absolutely. I'd totally vote for this guy. Instantaneously.
Watching Aiden Ross all day or some of the, right? I mean, if you're sitting and watching Aiden Ross all day or some of these Twitch streamers, that's very different than, I'll tell you the truth, I found the audience of young men who follow and watch Nick Fuentes to be actually incredibly informed and insightful. And very patriotic young men.
So people got really mad about this, obviously. I wonder why.
Completely honest. Now, that's very different than the audience watching Fresh and Fit. But I think something has to be said about the young men.
Yeah.
Hey, some of them are based too, okay? Just mostly on the feminist stuff. But
I love the soundboard when Myron hits the sounds. No, it's not a dig on Myron, right? It's just, what kind of audience, what kind of following do you have? And look, I'm going to be completely honest. I probably shouldn't say this, but I think Nick's following is actually really impressive. There's a lot of young men who are patriotic, who are well-informed, who know our history, which is why they are so frightened by the current path that we are on.
That's exactly it.
And the sooner we can accept that and stop letting the left and the right, stop letting George Soros and Larry Ellison divide us and convince us that certain people we should not listen to, the sooner we can reject that slanderous lie that Americans need to be disavowed, the sooner we can once again unite under a country that speaks up against the establishment, an establishment that has colluded with the left and the right. The country.
See, this is the kind of shit, I don't even have to add anything. I don't even need to say anything. I just need to play the video.
Yeah.
Country club Republicans are no better than the Democrats. We have to have an America First movement.
That's right.
Probably not going to happen in its own party, but it will likely happen within the vessel of the Republican Party.
Yeah,
that's why I'm running this race for Florida governor, is to actually put forward a Florida First, America First vision that doesn't apologize for our history, doesn't apologize for who we are.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Fucking finally. Fucking finally. If this guy wins Florida and run for president after, well, here's what's important. If this guy wins, then you're going to have 50 more of this guy, or I guess 49 more of this guy, running for governor everywhere else. That's why it's important. It's important so you can show that this is a movement and a message that has a tremendous amount of support. And if you don't support it, if you are not in favor of it, then you're dead in the water. That's it. What about DeSantis? I think he's going to run again.
Just wants to actually tackle the real issues that are facing young, old, black, white, Christian, Muslim, Jew. It doesn't matter. We are in this to fight this and to stand up to a corrupt establishment.
Man, we need the Young Patriot. I'm so glad that we have less of these old fucking geriatric brain dead fossils that are sitting around trying to micromanage the words we use or the internet whenever they can't use their email. That's it. Florida has term limits for governors. Oh, is that the reason? Okay, there we go. Yeah, I get so. There's nothing wrong with putting yourself first. Absolutely, of course. And I'm really happy to see this. I am tremendously happy to see this. And I think that, again, more people like this need to come out and run for office. And, you know, us younger guys, right? I mean, politics is generally something that's like all older people. But we can just consolidate around a younger guy and then vote the old retards out of office and then do things our way. And that's all there is to it. So, you know, the old people are dying. We're not. And so, yeah, vote for young guys. Don't put up with this shit. There's no reason to. And every single one, absolutely. Like, I'm going to be honest. Like, whenever I see an old person running for office, I generally don't take them seriously. I'm going to be totally real. I don't want to hear a person that, like, doesn't understand their email tell me about where the world needs to go. I don't want to hear that. Absolutely not.
I mean, agree.
No. 70% of Minnesotans support this. It's hard to get that much agreement on anything. People are demanding action on the weapons that have caused terror. And what is an assault weapon, Tim? %79% of Minnesotans in the Twin Cities suburbs. That's not actually. Yep, exactly. It's the same thing. Pit bulls. 72% of dog bite fatalities, 1/3 of which are small children. There are no bad dogs, just bad owners. And then you go to guns, and it's like the guns are the killers, and it's like, no, it's the owner that's the killer. There's bad owners of guns, not bad guns. Everyone waiting their turn to call Tim Waltz a retard. Yep. Retard of the year. Never border control after every rape or murder by illegals. Yeah, I don't get that either. It's a good question. Yeah, no, we're not watching the Mizkit video again. That was just too much. See how this Andrew Wilson debate is going.
Nodes that you can't tell the difference, right? It basically replicates, for all intents and purposes, what you would consider artificial intelligence to be. I get that. By the way, we're not there either. And the computing power that would be required to utilize AGI right now, currently, the scientific consensus is there's not enough energy on planet Earth to hold enough nodes in order to have AGI replicate the same intelligence as a human being with all the nodes which would be required. And so the thing is like this is mental masturbation futurism. The idea here,
Andrew,
hang on,
what you're saying is a lie. It's just not true.
It is true.
Mean, we have plenty enough energy for multiple AGIs. I mean, this is crazy.
Okay.
We have enough for 1 million AGIs on planet Earth. There's plenty enough power.
No.
That.
That's not what I said.
Andrew, they're working on AGI in Microsoft and Google.
Let me be very clear on the claim. The claim is to have an AGI which would replicate what we would consider to be artificial intelligence. That's a different claim than having AGI, which is just having X amount of no data packets that it can reference. Meaning, this is old ladder logic computing, by the way. There's nothing new under the sun here. Old ladder logic computing just works like this. Function A happens, you divert to function B. Function B happens, you divert to function C. AGI is putting that on a grander scale of nodes. It's just saying, hey, function A happens here, you divert to C. And if you add enough of those, it would make the appearance that like a robotic arm is not distinct from a human arm because it seems to function exactly the same way. The problem is once you try to move that into artificial intelligence or on par with that, that's where we have energy issues. Not only that, let me point this out. All of this stuff, this futurism that you're talking about right now, does not contend in any way, shape, or form, even if the technology was there, for how it would make the United States better. I've seen what technocrats do with this stuff, and it's not great.
Listen, Andrew, I'm the expert on this. If we talk politics, I listen to some of your debates. You actually are. You know a lot more about the Constitution than me and this, that. But this is my field. These are the people that I deal with in Silicon Valley.
What did I get wrong about AGI?
I'm telling you, you're wrong. It's
what did I get wrong about AGI specifically?
And I would, if I was going to give one piece of advice to a lot of your people, I'd say start buying land, start buying cabins in the woods, because this thing is about to get crazy really quickly. And let me just say also that this is one of the problems with transhumanism right now is we've all been gung-ho on AI only to pull back about 18 or 24 months ago and say, wait a sec, AI is not human beings becoming transhuman. AI is a totally different entity. So this is where transhumanism and maybe some
Christian
of your framework
ethics.
we can even discuss again has gone off the rails because all of a sudden, I don't care. I don't want an AI to become a super intelligence. That doesn't help me or my family or my kids.
But Zoltan,
or my
what
wife
did
at
I
all.
actually get wrong about AGI and how it functions? Did I get something wrong there? I'm willing to be corrected on it, but I don't think I did. I think I'm very close.
It's first off, it's totally contentious whether this A to B to C can't actually create a super intelligence.
Yeah, but it does
Maybe
function
there's just
that
enough
way.
information that it can do. I'm not saying that is there are other alternatives that are saying that lateral thinking has to be something different. But I'm pointing out that that's definitely open debate for all
I did get
philosophers
that
at
right.
Oxford.
I did get that right for what AGI actually in fact is, right? I was not inaccurate there.
You didn't get it right. We're not sure yet 100% how to get to super intelligence. We've already achieved AGI through the A, B, C, D because our brains work that way. The question is, how can we take AGI and go beyond what we are? We want something super intelligent. And that's what they're working on right now. But I got to be honest, there's at least 3 different methodologies from AI engineers that seem to say we can scale to super intelligence.
Yeah, I've heard the theories there, but again, what I'm doing, unless you, when I gave you the function, the idea of having like nodes, and then these nodes have X amount of functions, which they can defer to X behavior. In this case, let's just call it behavior. It's not actually that, but behavior A, behavior B, behavior C, behavior D, function A, B, C, D, right? In a ladder logic type of way. Same way a signal light works, right? Timer hits this, it hits the next function, it moves over to yellow. It hits the next function, it moves over to red. If you had enough of these inside of a web, it would be indistinguishable from how an artificial intelligence would actually function in real time. What am I getting wrong there? That is what AGI is it not?
It is indeed, but the question I was bringing up is how do we get to super intelligence? And that's what they're working on right now. And I think if you take the capacity of this A to B kind of logic you've taken, that's sort of how our brains work. That's how we're coming up with memories. You and I are having this conversation right now. But the problem is really scaling it upwards. That's what's more controversial. But like I said, there are 3 methodologies. People are working, and I got to say, there are trillions of dollars going into developing this. And I'm not saying I'm even necessarily for it because I am a little bit afraid of AI super intelligence.
Yeah, I heard it, the Terminators.
We're further advanced, and I think you can give credit for it.
Well, here's the thing, right? I've been hearing this for years. The idea of a technological panic, sir, is nothing new. You remember Y2K? That was another form of technological panic. The computers were going to reset. We needed to make the Y2K compliant software immediately or else. And what was that in actuality? It was a bunch of futurists who were scamming massive corporations into fixing problems which didn't even actually exist. The thing is that I hear this all the time. I hear that there's the next futuristic problem based on technology that needs to be solved immediately. It has to be because it's right around the corner. When in fact, the doomsday scenario is not right around the corner, and it's usually promoted by people, right, who have something to gain by it, by ringing the alarm bell that, hey, right around the corner, this catastrophe is right there, when in fact it's not. I have seen no great evidence that artificial intelligence we're anywhere near it, anywhere near actual AI. Only theories that AGI could possibly or potentially replicate what artificial intelligence would be. But none of that, even if I concede all of this point that AI is right around the corner, right? Inside of the United States, how would it be helpful for us to abandon the Christian framework for a transhumanist one in order to combat that? How?
Well, let me just say that, like, you can already go out and get softwares that would literally be answering your questions almost identically as you are now, and me doing that. And we actually don't even have to be in here in person. But the point is that the technology is radically expanding. And I think I just want to give your viewers my perspective, which is like, it's a lot faster, coming faster than most people say. But listen, I got to be honest, this is where I worry about my own personal philosophy. Transhumanism has taken us to the next level where we are able to create AI, but if it dooms humanity and does something like, because there is a very real possibility there could be a Terminator scenario. And if humans don't survive, then obviously transhumanism and my ideology and scientific method, whatnot, have failed. And yours would have been more successful. Yours might be a safer bet right now, because I don't think many Christians would want to give birth to artificial intelligence, especially not a super intelligence, because it just doesn't fit with their framework. That said,
yeah, but if
it does work in our favor, we might have this great utopia, get off planet, be able to cure cancer, and become superhumans. And that's really the goal of a lot of transhumanists. But again, it's a wager, it's a bet, and we don't know.
But do you see how
we don't know whether it's going to turn out good or not.
Do you see how, interestingly enough, when push comes to shove, you divert to my ethical worldview and not me yours? The idea here is that,
well, it could be Buddhism, it could be Hinduism, it could be Islam. I mean, it could be any worldview.
Hang on, but it's not those views. It's actually a deference to Christian ethics. Those are the ethics.
No, I would defer to Buddhism just personally.
Those are the ethics which you were raised with, and this and that, right? And there's things about Buddhism. There's things about Buddhism you probably wouldn't like as much as Christianity. But that aside, leaving that aside,
nihilism is where I would end up with.
Yeah, but
you know,
hang on.
That's
if
how it
it's
is.
the case that Terminators, let's say, due to transhumanists, Terminators did come around. We had a Sarah Connor type situation, absent the time travel. Okay, no time travel, just warbot machines who came in and decided to repurpose us by against our will, cutting our skulls open and putting our brains in these machines, which can then live forever, right? It's really interesting to me because that would be a transhumanist future, 100% transhumanist future. But it's a future you seem to want to avoid, and I don't understand why. It gives you everything that you want. Technology then removes the idea of death. It is now gone. And yet somehow you still prefer my framework that this needs to be stopped. Hang on, that this needs to be stopped by any means necessary, even though it meets all of the conditionals of your framework. You have now, sir, under this Terminator-like apocalypse where they cut your brain out and put it in a machine, have achieved the very thing you want, and yet you still don't seem to want it. It's very strange to me.
Listen, if that machine is me, that doesn't want to die, that loves life, loves his family, loves humanity, has mammalian instincts, then I would take that machine. But if it is that machine, it's not going to end up.
We're supposed to transcend those things. What do you mean? We're supposed to transcend the mammalian instincts. We're supposed to transcend humanity.
I've never said transhumanism wants to transcend mammalian instincts. Absolutely not.
Why not?
I don't want to transcend a lot of the things that I have evolved with over millions of years.
Why do you want to keep your humanity? So you want to keep your humanity intact is what
you're saying.
Yes.
I certainly don't want to ever forget about my family. I mean, maybe there are some transhumanists out there who are like these crazy wackos that just want to become super godlike or whatever. But I actually want to take all my history with me and just become this person that can live indefinitely, take my family with me, see what's in the universe out there.
You wanted to get past humanity's flaws. Be able to live long enough to not have the desires and the flaws of humans. Why she's dangerous. Good looking at that. Fight and booed. They haven't
We're asking for the public assistance in identifying this individual that we're about to show you.
Yeah.
And we'll release this video on Twitter and our Twitter account momentarily. I'm going to turn to the video behind us. I'll be able to show you in 2 seconds. Officer Ming, and if you can just activate the and put the videos up. So this is the first video that we're showing you. This is the individual walking. On the sidewalk of Benevolent. this is prior to the incident. Here we go again with is this video too, Mike? Again, you see him walking.
Heavy set, dude.
Move on to the third video. Move on to, this is some photos of this individual. And they will all be time-stamped. The last photo.
Yeah, covering his face.
Thank you.
in the
So we'll be providing this as well, and I ask you all to please make sure you put them up, and then anybody in the public that has any info about this individual, we ask that you call our tip line, and we'll also have the numbers in the website listed.
Crazy that I haven't caught that guy yet. Huge terror block in LA.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are on this beautiful planet. I'm Maya Tusi, and we're going to go to California as we've just had a news conference as the authorities have now confirmed the existence of an Islamist terror attack plan in Los Angeles, and there is some statements also from the FBI, which we're going to get to shortly. And the location of the suspects, we're going to show you on the map. And of course, we're going to get your reaction live as usual. Over the last few days, we've seen a massively increased number of attacks. Some have already happened, some were going to be happening, and some that will be happening in the near future as we get closer to Christmas and, of course, the New Year's Eve celebrations. Security measures across the United States and Europe, and of course countries like Australia and New Zealand have massively now increased as well. Let's quickly go to California, and then we're going to show you the news conference by the authorities. First things first, the FBI director Kash Patel announced on Monday, earlier today, that 5 members of the Palestinian extremist group have now been arrested in connection with a plot to carry out massive bombings in Los Angeles. Now, the plan was to obviously focus on, as I said, you get closer to Christmas and New Year's. The issue with this was that, as Kash Patel said, the credible imminent threat, the terrorist threat, actually was linked to 5 locations in LA that came from radical members of a group called the Turtle Island Liberation Front. The Turtle Island Liberation Front. Now, in terms of the locations of the suspects, now 4 of the suspects were in Lucerne Valley in the Mojave Desert. Now, where the extremists allegedly were testing improvised explosives. The 5th suspect was arrested in New Orleans. Not even that close, whole different location. But that one was also, despite the fact they were part of the same team, same group, was planning a whole separate attack in the obviously different cities, different parts of the United States. According to the FBI boss, the threats remain ongoing as there will be others that are not currently, well, they haven't been identified yet, but they will be increasing security over the next few days. We're going to go to the news conference held just now in Los Angeles, or in California. But before that, this TILF group, it's these guys who have been posting some weird things on Instagram, on social media, to their members, waving the Palestinian flags and with the signs, "Death to ICE." Now, if you live in the United States and you are doing this, you are definitely the public enemy, and you are also committing treason. So these guys should have been arrested anyway, but the thing is they had to wait for a planned attack. But the FBI and the authorities have done a great job, absolutely amazing job in this situation. Now, Turtle Island was obviously an indigenous term for the continent of North America, whole different continent, North America. But the Black Lives Matter movement, the Marxist BLM movement, and other left-wing activists have embraced the Turtle Island term to essentially fight against the United States of America. Let's quickly go to the news conference in LA just now. First, we're going to go to the first assistant, the United States Attorney, Bill
Native American
Asaili. Let's go.
Language.
Daly. I'm the head of the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Central District of California. Over the weekend, my office, along with the FBI, arrested members of a far-left, anti-government domestic terror cell who self-identify as the Turtle Island Liberation Front. The individuals were arrested on Friday, December 12th, when the group attempted to construct and detonate IEDs out in the desert. In addition to the arrests, we executed several search warrants throughout the nation. I want to thank our partners at the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Western District of Louisiana, U.S. Attorney Zach Keller, and the U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts, Lee Foley, for providing valuable assistance over the weekend with a very complex and coordinated search warrants that were done. The charges we are announcing today stem from the defendants and their co-conspirators' detailed coordinated plot to bomb multiple U.S. companies on New Year's Eve. Thankfully, that plot has now been foiled thanks to the hard work of the FBI and the Department of Justice. This investigation was initiated in part due to the September 2025 executive order signed by President Trump to root out left-wing domestic terror organizations in our country, such as Antifa and other radical groups like the Turtle Island Liberation Front. As the president made clear, recent attacks across the country have highlighted the grave threats posed by these far-left domestic terror groups. These threats are sophisticated, organized campaigns of targeted intimidation, radicalization, threats, and violence designed to silence opposing speech, limit political activity, and direct policy outcomes, and prevent the proper functioning of a democratic society. In direct response to the President's order, the Attorney General issued a memo to our offices implementing and mobilizing federal law enforcement to prioritize and counter domestic terrorism and political violence investigations. As a result of those directives, we built this case. Both my office and the FBI have invested substantial resources into investigating and charging these organizations. And if anyone does not believe that members of these groups are organized, sophisticated, and extremely violent, let me tell you about the plot in this case. The four defendants are Audrey Carroll, 30 years old. The pictures, I think we have them somewhere. We'll put them up here. Audrey Carroll, 30 years old. Zachary Aaron Page, 32. Dante Gaffield, 24. And Tina Lay, 41. Each from the Los Angeles area. Each is charged with conspiracy and possession of an unregistered destructive device in violation of Title 26, United States Code Section 5861D. We intend to file additional charges in the coming weeks as we finish reviewing the evidence. The defendants are all radical anti-government members of the Turtle Island Liberation Front, which according to their own social media is an anti-capitalist, anti-government movement that calls for their associates to rise up and fight back against capitalism. One of the leaders of the organization, defendant Audrey Carroll, helped organize an even more radical faction of the group called the Order of the Black Lotus. Each of the defendants charged today was also a member of the Order of the Black Lotus. Carroll described this group to her co-conspirators as everything radical. As detailed in the federal complaint, which we will now make public, in November 2025, defendant Carroll created a detailed bombing plot to use explosive devices to attack 5 or more locations across Southern California on this upcoming New Year's Eve. Carroll and her co-defendant, Zachary Page, led the effort to obtain and build the bombs and to recruit others to join in their plot. Carroll's bomb plot was explicit. It included a step-by-step instructions to build IEDs or improvised explosive devices and listed multiple targets across Orange County and Los Angeles. Carroll also made clear her desires. She said, quote, "What we are doing will be considered a terrorist act." Carroll and Page also discussed plans for follow-up attacks after their bombings, which included plans to target ICE agents and vehicles with pipe bombs. Carroll stated that those plans would, quote, "take some of them out and scare the rest." Throughout early December, the co-conspirators discussed their plans during an in-person meeting in Los Angeles and through an encrypted messaging application. As part of the plan, the 4 defendants plan to build test bombs in the Mojave Desert. You're going to hear more details about the bombs they intended to build and how the operation went down in the desert here shortly from the FBI Assistant Director in charge. In preparation for the plan, the co-conspirators purchased multiple pieces of bomb-making materials and discussed their travel plans to the desert. Last Friday, December 12th, the defendants took a significant step to carry out their plans. They traveled to the remote campsite, which you're going to see some video of, in the desert, and they began unloading their bomb-making materials to assemble and test the bombs. They had everything they needed to make an operational bomb at that location, and they were subsequently arrested by the FBI before they could build a functional explosive device. Shortly after the defendants were taken into custody, the FBI executed multiple search warrants, including at the defendants' Southern California residence and other locations throughout the country. I'll highlight some of the items found during those searches over the weekend. For example, in Carroll's residence, law enforcement found multiple posters and materials associated with Turtle Island Liberation Front, including posters stating, quote, "Death to America, long live Turtle Island and Palestine," and, quote, "Death to ICE, Turtle Island Liberation Front." In Page's residence, law enforcement found a copy of the detailed bomb attack plan. This case is another reminder about the dangers that radicalized Antifa-like groups pose to public safety and the rule of law. Through the tireless work of our prosecutors in my office and our law enforcement partners, which you will hear from today, we disrupted this terror plot before buildings were demolished or innocent people were killed. But this is not the end of our work. My office is committed to extinguishing the far-left terror threats that we face, and will continue to work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The 4 defendants arrested will make their initial appearance this afternoon at the federal court in downtown Los Angeles. They are each considered innocent until proven guilty.
Now, there's a quick thing to mention about this group, the direct links that have already been exposed by the media to the funding coming from both the Islamic Republic of Iran and the State of Qatar. One of the main reasons this alliance has existed for about a century or so, over a century, is the both sides of Islamists. So you've got the actual Islamic Islamists. Obviously, Islamism is the political ideology. So you've got the Muslim Islamists and you've got the non-Muslim Islamists who have been working even back in the 1930s with Hitler in Deutschland. And all that is the result of the influence coming from mostly the Muslim Islamists from the Middle East, funding it, all these weirdo Marxists who then become, of course, Islamists for the cause of Palestine, as they keep ranting about Palestine and obviously death to ICE and everything else. It's complete nonsensical, but for them it makes sense. Now, let's go to the FBI Assistant Director in charge, Akil Davis, and see what he had to say in terms of the details.
On December 12th, a group of individuals, again, members of this anti-government group, traveled out to the desert to test their explosive devices. They had precursor chemicals there, and they were going to create these bombs in the desert. What they are starting to do is put their chemicals and wares and the components out on the table there. This footage that you're watching is from our surveillance plane, and then what happened after this is the Los Angeles FBI SWAT team, along with the FBI's hostage rescue team, moved in and arrested all 4 subjects without incident.
The level of brainwashing in the West, especially again since the 1940s and especially since 1960s, since the creation of the new project, whether it was the Palestinian cause or it was the IRGC, was to not just change the Middle East, but change the rest of the Western world, because they are against capitalism and they're against democracy. This is about the globalist ideology of Islam to basically create a global caliphate. It's never going to happen, because they got a bunch of primarily the Muslim Islamists who are not united, because they're also attack each other. You got Sunnis, you got Shia, you got this, you got that. And but the alliance that they have with the non-Muslim Islamists, who are basically the pro-Palestinian supporters and the far left and everybody else, is causing a lot of destruction. We have a reaction from the deputy director of the FBI as well, saying, protect the homeland and crush violent crime. These words are not slogans, they are the investigative pillars of this FBI. As stated by Director Patel, over the weekend, the FBI disrupted a credible imminent terrorist threat and arrested 4 individuals connected to the Los Angeles area, and obviously the other one in New Orleans. They were allegedly planning coordinated IED bombing attacks on New Year's Eve, targeting 5 separate locations across Los Angeles. Thank you to our dedicated law enforcement and DOJ partners for this collaborative efforts. God bless America and all those who defend her. Now, big shout out and massive credit also to President Trump, because if it weren't for President Trump's recent executive order, this wouldn't have happened. The powers, the extra powers to be able to investigate this wouldn't have happened. Under Biden, under Obama, and or Bill Clinton, all those weirdos, the FBI were slightly busier doing nonsensical conspiracies against the political opponents, but this FBI has been acting completely different. Now, Elizabeth says time to lean on the Second Amendment. America, it does help that, of course, the lovely citizens in the US have the right to bear arms, but at the same time, when you now have the authorities, especially on the federal level, actually doing their job properly, well, people will feel safer. Now, obviously, we're all sharing the same problem, whether it's the threats coming from the far left or the Muslim world or basically the globalists. There's so many, and external threats, of course, the enemies. The issue is, it's happening to all of us, but if it happens, if we think about the threat in Germany or in France or in even Australia, people slightly freak out and panic, because even in the UK, we're like, well, can the police actually protect me? They are telling us that we have to be vigilant. Keir Starmer, a few days ago, in this country, in the UK, as we reported on this channel, said the citizens of the country have to be ready to support and help, physically help, the military, because Russia is going to attack. And Emmanuel Macron says people in France need to be ready to sacrifice their children. What? It's the job of the military. Anyway, the fear-mongering aside, just a few days ago, the leader of the Qatar's National Democratic Party in exile warned about what's going on in the Western countries. But I'm not going to get into the details of this, but we have a special guest coming on this channel on 2CTV Plus later this week. And I'm not going to name names because it's going to be a surprise. Also, security issues. Let's just say he's from Qatar and he's in exile. That's all I can say.
You go wash your hands.
There are not many who've been brave enough to leave Qatar. Originally from Qatar, left in exile. I think you know who it is. He's going to come on the channel on 2CTV Plus to discuss the threat of the jihadists or the jihad funders in Qatar, in Doha. Of course, if you want to join 2CTV Plus, our independent platform, to watch the interviews and all the documentaries and everything else, we got the October 7th documentary coming out this Wednesday, 2 days from now, 17th of December. Then become a member of 2CTV Plus. If you join now, you will get 50% off annual memberships. If you use the promo code XMAS50, go to 2c.tv and use the promo code XMAS50. The link is also in the description. 50% off annual memberships, not monthly. Now, let's quickly go back. There's a reaction here. Humble Lamb says that 100 years ago, it was the National Socialists that were a danger to freedom. Now it is the far left and the Islamists. Well, it's the same people, basically, because it's a split from the same group of people, because the National Socialists in Germany, who were far left, it's now, and at the time they had the alliance with the Muslim Islamists and the Mufti in the so-called Palestinian Authority side. They didn't have the Palestinian Authority, obviously, at the time. And these guys are now basically split, but they're still working together. Ivan says, where did they get these new names from? It's just so weird. I know. They just come up with anything that's against the West and against America. Rubate says the killings in Australia are as much a result of the Labour Party importing Muslim voters and recognising Palestine as it is of Islam. There's also the problem of Prime Minister in Australia not completely actually ignoring the threats that were given to him by the intelligence and by Israel and by also rabbis in Sydney. It was ignored. People said it's going to happen and they didn't do anything about it. We also have a quick breaking news from the Sydney attack. We can now say that Sajid Akram, who was 50, and his son Navid, 24, both of them visited an ISIS training ground in Philippines weeks before the attack. Both of them traveled to Southeast Asia and then they came back. So all this is now coming out. The failure of the authorities or to actually be able to do their job, because most of the problems goes back to the political side, the political establishment not actually allowing or helping the authorities to do their job. So in the UK, you've got MI5, MI6 and GCHQ. They are supposed to be keeping an eye on a massive, huge watch list, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands watch lists. And that list is getting bigger because the political side, the liberal globalists in charge of the British government, continue to bring in more people without background checks. So what do you think is going to happen? And you don't have enough people in MI5 or in GCHQ to monitor everybody. And even if you monitor, we don't have the ability in this country to stop attacks the way the FBI can do. We have done great overall. The intelligence services in the UK and the security have done great. People don't know because if they stop attacks, they don't tell you. We only hear when the attack is successful. But we should have had a lot more attacks than we've had. Obviously, a few months ago, we had the Manchester synagogue attacks, where we had obviously a while back, a couple of years ago, another big attack. Then you had about 7-8 years ago, the Ariana Grande concert, and a couple of years back, Westminster, London Bridge. But the level of threats, for example, in countries like the UK or Germany or France is huge. So they are still trying to do their job, but the political side don't help by adding to their workload without any extra support. Jennifer says this is the second terrorist attack recently that the FBI has stopped. What the heck is going on? It's actually just because they're doing their job properly. But the threat is going on because obviously a lot of people in the US, the enemy within, as we call them here, they are not happy about the direction of everything. They're not happy about the president. They hate Trump. But they're also not happy that this is a successful government. They're looking at the ICE agents, they're looking at the FBI, and they're looking at the success of the middle classes in America, and they hate it. They are self-hating, evil creatures that want to bring down the free world. Anyway, we're going to keep on.
Oh, God.
What?
It doesn't go.
Yeah, it shoots BBs. You load them in here and then...
Put them babies in there. We need gel.
Yeah, you need to let them sit for a while.
Maybe you can have all. Maybe we can have yours then.
I don't have any. We need to get the gel BBs and load them in. And
pretty dangerous.
If you're not wearing eye protection, you need to wear goggles.
Yeah, and they're Miles. They aren't very smart. They say you have to shoot at a person like 50 inches away.
So it's charged. In the laundry room. In my bedroom. What else?
New details out after famed Hollywood director and actor Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle were found dead in their home. LA police have arrested one of the couple's sons in connection with the killings. Our chief correspondent Jonathan Hunt is live out of Brentwood for us. He's got more on all of this. Jonathan, what more can you tell us?
Well, Sandra, within hours of the bodies of Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle being discovered here at their Brentwood home, we were getting word of the potential involvement of their 32-year-old son, Nick Reiner. And this morning, we got confirmation that he has indeed been arrested in the early hours of this morning, we believe, and is being held on $4 million bond. You can see Nick Reiner in this family photo that was just taken a few months ago in September. He is the young man with the shaved head in that picture. Now, the LAPD said very little yesterday as they began their investigation, but the police chief confirmed this morning that Nick Reiner had indeed been arrested. Listen here.
We have our robbery homicide division handling the investigation. They worked throughout the night on this case and were able to take into custody Nick Reiner, a suspect in this case. He was subsequently booked for murder and is being held on $4 million bail.
Now, police were initially called out to this Brentwood home at around 3:40 yesterday. As we understand it, one of the couple's daughters discovered their parents here, and it was a pretty grisly scene as we understand it. Both apparently stabbed to death. Now, Rob Reiner, of course, was a beloved figure in Hollywood, famed for a whole string of hit movies, including Sleepless, including When Harry Met Sally, The Princess Bride, and, of course, A Few Good Men. He's been paid tribute to by a slew of political and Hollywood figures, thanks to his activism as well. Maria Shriver, the journalist and former First Lady of California, saying, quote, "I'm devastated, gutted, shocked, stunned, and so deeply saddened, as are all of the people who loved them and who they loved. I hope people remember them as two deeply talented, kind, fun, loving, good, patriotic people who loved each other deeply." And Sandra, our corporate cousins at TMZ are reporting that Rob and Michelle Reiner, along with their son Nick, attended a holiday party at the home of Conan O'Brien on Saturday night, and that the three of them were heard arguing very loudly. Now, if that plays in any way to the tragic events that unfolded here on Sunday afternoon, we do not know at this point. We hope that we will hear more from the Los Angeles Police Department later today. Sandra?
Wow. Jonathan Hunt with the very latest on all of that for us. Thank you, John.
All right, Sandra, let's bring in Mary Ellen O'Toole, former FBI special agent and profiler. You know, when we first heard of the deaths, we thought, oh my God, was it a robbery? Was it some sort of break and enter? And then to hear that the son, Neil, is the suspect in this horrific murder just defies all logic, at least as far as we can see from the outside. What are you thinking about all this?
You have to wear protection.
Well, when it was first reported as a profiler, what you do, you look at, obviously not having access to all the files, but you look at the victimology and you look at the neighborhood, and I think it was almost immediately reported that there was no forced entry and there was no forced exit. And that neighborhood has a low crime rate compared to certainly other areas of Los Angeles. So when you see even those two factors, it certainly can suggest that who's ever responsible had access to that house or was voluntarily allowed into that home by one of the victims. So that's the first thing that struck me.
You know, TMZ, which is one of the Fox Corporation properties, was reporting that their throats were cut. You know, killing someone with a gun is one thing. I mean, you can do it at a distance, but when you kill someone with a knife, whether you stab them or you cut their throats or whatever, that is just such an up close and personal way to murder somebody. What does that tell you as a profiler?
It is. It's also a way to make sure that as the offender, that there is so much blood that's being produced from the injuries. It's very likely that your hand slipped down over the blade and you cut yourself, which means that you deposited your own blood at the crime scene. It also suggests that there was a fight because there would have been defensive injuries, more than likely, on both victims, again, causing the offender to leave his own blood, his own DNA at the crime scene. And that was immediately probably noticed by the homicide detectives that went there. And you also had family members who lived close by who were also providing information to the police so that they had reported information, and they probably also had that forensic information. And when they approached the son, he probably had injuries on him. So all of that collectively came together pretty quickly.
I mean, to stab your parents, if he indeed is the assailant, this is the way it happened, to stab your parents to death requires such a fit of rage, I would imagine, that it's something that would have to have built up over time. And as Jonathan Hunt reported just a moment ago, TMZ is saying that the three of them, Michelle and Rob and Nick, were at a party at Conan O'Brien's house, a holiday party the night before, and were heard engaged in a very loud argument. That would seem to suggest, Mary Ellen, that there was some bad blood that was brewing over some time.
I think you're right, and that's probably going to come out in the next couple of days. This doesn't just start the day before yesterday. So there was ongoing issues between them. And when I've seen cases like this in the past, oftentimes the family underestimates the potential of their loved one in terms of what they could do to them. But I think we're going to see the patterns begin to come to the surface over time, because that is a lot of anger, that's a lot of rage. It doesn't just start on the night of the attack.
Yeah, I mean, who knows how long it's been going on. I also want to ask you quickly, Mary Ellen, about this attack that was foiled. It was a plot that was targeting Los Angeles on New Year's Eve. 5 people arrested. Apparently there was another person who was arrested in New Orleans in an associated plot. This is what Bill Asaley, the U.S. Attorney, said.
The defendants are all radical anti-government members of the Turtle Island Liberation Front, which according to their own social media is an anti-capitalist, anti-government movement that calls for their associates to rise up and fight back against capitalism. One of the leaders of the organization, defendant Audrey Carroll, helped organize an even more radical faction of the group called the Order of the Black Lotus.
Yeah, we should say 4 people arrested in Los Angeles, a 5th in New Orleans. What are you thinking about this group?
Well, here's the issue when you have multiple people, especially when you have younger people that will rely on social media, even though they think it's secure. People talk to one another, and people then go forward and they tell other people about it. And that's one of the contributors, I think, to what happened here. Now, the thing is, they just didn't talk about it, though. They actually engaged in actions which told the FBI and law enforcement that they were serious about carrying out these their efforts. So I think that's the point where the FBI, we're used to hearing a lot of things on the internet, but when we start seeing actions to indicate, I'm really going to do this, that escalates it. But again, 4 people together, it's very difficult to keep a secret.
Yeah, 3 women and a man. That would seem to harken back to the days of the 1960s and 70s radical groups. Mary Ellen, thanks for joining us. Thanks for your expertise. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
See, after that, you know, we have a different system, but we have a system that's good.
They're like,
There's
this
no
is the
divorces.
one. This has to be the one.
Yeah, but dude, Zoomers are gambling like crazy. I don't. Maybe risk averse is the right way to describe it, but they're gambling like crazy.
As far as like in casinos,
They're all trying to be gambling influencers.
Yeah, you have a segment, but I think like among the general Zoomer population, they're just you don't see them. And this is again, there's some benefits and there's also downsides. Is they're not their alcohol consumption is down dramatically, nicotine consumption, a variety of factors, which just indicates again it's good and bad. Like there was this bus, I think it was like in Arizona, where the police came and they shut down this party that had like 800 Zoomers there because they're all underage drinking, and everyone made the point like, we're not celebrating underage drinking, but you also arrested the only Zoomers in the state of Arizona that like have any propensity to take on risk.
Or to actually engage in social activities.
That as well. So it's like, that's part of the reason Zoomers are so atomized is because of the risk aversion, because it's risky to go out in public. Like you could make a fool of yourself. Who knows? These things happen, but that's like part of life. And for a variety of reasons, I'll use the word, people point out I use this word too much, but it's because Zoomers didn't properly matriculate. It's obvious. I mean, my micro generation, which was like 99 to 04, became adults during COVID. They didn't properly pick up on social cues, conventional ways of socializing, these sorts of things. And as a result, you're just seeing people not really pushing for what they want in life because, again, they're just afraid of what if I fail.
So what does this country turn into?
A lot of people are afraid
I
of
think it's a
failing.
component of the hyperinflation.
It happens.
I think
It's gonna happen.
I'm willing to bet
You don't
a
take
lot
the
of
risk,
this
though. You
is
never find out.
we don't have the tax income anymore. So the purpose of the income tax is not to fund services. It's to offset inflation. The U.S. government just prints money, takes on debt, and then taxes you to pay that down and pull money from the system. Basically, it's a circuitous way of saying, yeah, they're taking your money so they can fund programs, but they're buying in deficit. I think this inflation is very obvious. It's following the COVID lockdowns, they just pumped money in the system, saying, if people have money, they'll buy stuff. Well, we know what happens with inflation. I think what we're looking at right now is without young people, without that tax base, the government is pumping money into a system that's not putting labor into the system. So we are seeing massive inflation.
Well,
It's going to get bad.
It's going to be a very difficult election cycle, and probably for maybe even decades to come. Because I think you're right. At this point, no one coming out of college thinks there's any future for them. I mean, I'm trying to think. I mean, I have a 17-year-old kid. I got one more year with him in the house. I've been really self-focused on my own career and what I'm doing. Now all of a sudden I'm thinking, what am I supposed to tell you to start focusing on? He wants to be a lawyer. Lawyers are gone. AI is going to wipe out lawyers. It's also going to wipe out doctors. Like all the good jobs are going to disappear. And then, but are you really going to? I mean,
It makes a
honestly,
root beer
you
float.
can talk
If
about
you-
it.
if you do the right
Mike Rowe, I just did
soda.
his podcast recently. Great guy, but when you're sitting there, am I going to tell my 17-year-old kid to take on like a blue collar job, like go learn how to be a plumber or a carpenter? I mean, are we? It takes. I mean, you can say it. You know that there's a future there. You know, in some way, that's where this country's going. But I'm the first generation that's looking at a kid. Am I going to actually tell him that's what I want you to do? That's what I think you should do. Forget your brain. You're doing great. You got straight A's. It didn't mean anything because that's going to take you nowhere.
We had Gary the Numbers guy on
Truly.
the show. Was it like a week or two ago? And a week ago. And, I know a lot of people goofed on him because the numerology stuff goes, they think it's silly, but he was right when he said, AI is
Numerology
coming. You
is
got about
very
3
funny.
years to get your bag, and then you're out. And he's like, the rich are going to live in gated communities where they own and control things, and the poor will never have a means of doing anything. And it's not just about AI; it's about population collapse. You need new low-skill labor coming in, and we don't have it. The Democrat solution was just open the borders. The Republican solution is not talk about it, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, you see these moments of it's actually kind of interesting. You'll see throughout history these moments of intense innovation when people can sense that a great filter is sort of coming down. Like a good example is like apartheid South Africa in the 80s. You actually saw a lot of like technological development because people feared that when the regime was turned over, it was changed, that there would be this rift where the middle class would eviscerate and people would either retreat into gated communities or they would be in these slums or have to leave the country. And this happens like throughout history. And I think in the United States, you're seeing this great filter being set up where we're going to be atomized, upper class and then the lower class. There won't really be a middle class, and that's causing people to that's why you're seeing so many of these get rich schemes. That's why you're seeing people scamming each other, because I think a lot of people that are paying attention are very keenly aware that the hammer is coming down. Again, if the Trump administration is successful, then we won't have to deal with this. But
Sorry, I told that.
I don't know. I think people are fully aware of what's coming.
I don't think there's a way.
Oh, yeah.
There's no
be
solution to
nicer
this
to
problem.
your mother.
There is only preparing for what's going to come.
You're just getting
and then
tired.
Preparing how we resolve the next 20 years.
Well, I think there are solutions, though. I think there are economic solutions.
Don't say
material
graphene.
What's that?
Don't say graphene.
Material science.
All right, let's start with
solutions.
this. There is a
I mean,
massive.
if you cut me off, you'll never hear the solution. It's up to
Right.
you.
So we're going to start with the premise of the conversation because I'm trying to make sure you don't derail. That's the point.
I'm trying to solve the problem.
So the problem right now is a massive lack of entry-level trainees and labor. What is your proposed solution?
Import them.
So okay, so the Democrat solution.
I'm open to that. I'm open to the version of that. Yeah.
Right. So
import
that
menial labor if you need it.
That was stated.
Have more babies.
Right. That having more babies won't actually solve the problem because it takes 18 years.
Import the labor. If you drastically need human labor, you import the labor. They used to attack countries and conquer them and take them because they're coming here free will.
They took them as slaves,
But
bro.
it's also
That's not the option.
Ian. Let's
really.
Well, let's grant the argument even that like there's no downsides to immigration, like it's literally just free labor
or slavery.
Sure. Let's grant that. Let's say there's no like societal implications or even other like external economic factors. The birth rate across the developing world is dropping precipitously as well. Like Mali was at like 9 kids like 5 years ago. Now they're at like 5. India's gone sub-replacement. So it's like at a certain point we're gonna have to look to technology to backfill labor because you can't even if again you were to just grant every neoliberal argument about immigration. You're going to run out of people in the next 50 to 100 years to bring in anyway, just speaking like math-wise.
There's a,
You're gonna
what
have
was
to
the
do
documentary called we talked about on
technology
the show? It was called,
to
like, the birth gap or something
replace
like that.
manual labor.
There is no civilization in the history of this planet that has recovered from a birth rate at this level.
Yeah.
The reason is once it goes underneath replacement, you cannot produce enough to get out of that hole. So the civilization collapses, and then people scatter, and then slowly make a different a different society or different civilization out of it.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe we all plug our brains in and eat the bugs and live in the pods.
Well, I'm not as black-pilled as some other people are about robotics and about basically AI and stuff like that. I do.
I'm
think
all
that there's
for
gonna be a
robotics,
lot-
especially in the
a lot
industry.
of jobs that essentially robots are going to do, and I'm talking about humanoid robots because we live in a humanoid-shaped world, right? Like a man-shaped world. It's the world that we've designed. So the idea that right now your car can drive you places. They're doing the Tesla taxis and they're doing the Waymos and stuff. And of course they're imperfect, but that technology is going to improve. But when you have the ability to have a robot that costs you $30,000, $25,000, $30,000 or whatever, that can be trained to do something that a human can do now, you're going to see a lot of companies that are going to say, I can buy this robot for $30,000, even if it's $50,000, right? You're buying that robot for $50,000. That's less than you're going to have to pay a human being to do it for a year, right? So you make your money back in 1 year. You're not going to have to pay health insurance for the robot. Obviously, there might be repairs and stuff like that, but you can have robots do a lot of the jobs. And I know a lot of people are like, oh, you're just asking for Skynet, et cetera. I don't think that that's the future that we're
No,
in
you
for,
don't have to
but I
give
do think that
much
robotics will
intelligence
be
to
able to do a
robotics.
lot of the things that humans do now. And this is basically like, whether you like him or not, this is basically the argument that Musk makes. He's like, look, in the future, there's going to be some displacement and there's going to be growing pains to get to this point. But in the future, you're going to have robots doing things that human beings do now, and there's going to be a lot more free time for humans. And I understand that there's the possibility of a crisis of meaning. What are people going to do? Because a lot of people
Who's going to keep them alive? Like this argument blows my mind.
I
Like
do
we're all
think
going to
that-
sit around in lawn chairs, smoking weed and video games, and then the elite 1% are going to get together once in a while and say, "I want to vote a raise to all the people that aren't working," because I've seen that happen throughout society, for centuries. There's no way it's going to be a planet of useless eaters, and that's how they're going to be seen.
I don't imagine
And
that.
AI will be a part of the conversation of how quickly can we get rid of them because they're just draining on the system.
Like I don't imagine. Well, first of all, I don't think that I don't think that the Earth can't support the number of people that we have. And if we're talking about a birth
Earth can
crisis,
support
right? We're
a
not
lot
having
more.
enough kids, and that's
A lot
global.
more.
Then the problem of supporting human beings isn't actually a problem of tapping the resources, or stressing the resources that the Earth has. There will actually be fewer human beings because we have had fewer children. And again, I'm not saying that it's going to be without its growing pains or whatever, but I do think that a lot of the problems that we're seeing now, or that we're concerned with, can be filled by robots.
Well, yeah, the whole birth rate conversation has to be reframed because it's mostly focused around economics, and like I do agree that to a certain extent, like people aren't having kids because of housing prices, etc. But there's countries like Hungary, Japan, South Korea who have incentivized people to have children with economic incentives. Like Hungary, they'll buy you a minivan, they'll give you tax breaks, these sorts of things, and it hasn't really moved the needle on the birth rate in any meaningful way. So you really have to address a crisis of meaning. That's not to say that economics don't have an impact. Like one of my favorite stats is that South Korea has a birth rate, I think like 1.2 around there. And in Seoul, it's like 0.6. I mean, it's devastating. And North Korea has a birth rate of 3.2. So it's like, wow. You also can't evaluate economics like entirely because if you were to contrast and compare those two systems just from like the position of birth rates, you would conclude that the North Korean system is a better system. It's obviously not true. But at the same time, like you do have to sort of address the deeper problems that cause the birth rates to go negative. Like the most common stat, obviously, is that when women are educated at a certain level, the birth rate drops precipitously because they are able to enter the workforce. They are able to provide an income for themselves. So they lose the need for a male to be like a provider.
Yeah, but I think you even got to look at teen pregnancy. I mean, sexuality's down, right? We have an asexual society. We're on the verge. I mean, you talk to pediatricians, there's kids that are coming in that aren't choosing any side. They're just completely asexual. So, I mean, this thing it's chemical, it's physical. It's like it's not just housing prices and things like that.
Yeah.
I mean, our
That's
kids aren't even deciding to drive a car. I can't
indoctrinated
believe it. I have
into
friends
them as
who's,
well.
teenagers like 18 still don't have a driver's license. Everyone in my generation, as soon as you could drive, you were the hell out of
right
there,
away,
like
right
never
away.
to be seen again.
Yeah.
And instead, they're living at home. They're not going anywhere. They're watching. I guess they're playing video games and stuck on X and YouTube and not living a life. Like they're not alive.
I looked up the top 1% over the past 15 years. In 2010, $221,000 a year or higher puts you in the top 1%.
That's hard for me to believe.
That's kind of crazy.
1%.
But by 2012, it was 434. These are the
By 2012.
By 2012.
Is that
so
global?
this is coming off
US.
of the 221,000 is probably because of the financial crisis.
Yeah.
Everybody lost their jobs, salaries plummeted, but it remains somewhat stable, about half.
Crazy. Yeah, and they're having this
Wrong
debate
or
on
unethical? From
You
your
know
view?
why AI hallucinates? It's
Transhuman-
because things don't go
transhumanation.
that way. It's not like perfect mathematics.
This is
It's
just
crazy
evasion.
out there. It's chaos.
This is
and we
literally
need
bad faith
chaos
evasion.
when we're talking about genetic editing and designer babies.
Bad faith evasion. Is it unethical for these people to have an arbitrary metric that they come up with within the jumble of 20? We got to try everything, man. It's fine to have fucking men who can get pregnant and have kids. But man, if we start talking about genetically altering people so they're blonde hair, blue eyed, that's really crossing a line, right? Come
Last
on,
one,
man.
guys, then we'll go into
Come on,
closings.
man. Just be honest with me. It's totally fine, right? Totally fine.
It's
for
not.
your
It's
view?
not a. It's not a logical question for me.
It's a logical question for you, and I'd
Oh,
like an answer.
maybe it has some logic, but it's not. It's not realistic.
Man babies are realistic, but you can't
You're
use.
trying to trap me
Wait,
into saying
how is it
something
not
that
realistic?
that I just simply don't believe
How
in,
is
and
it
I
not
just
realistic?
don't. It's not ever going to happen.
Okay, what's unrealistic from your trans?
There are 8 billion people on
Help me out.
planet
What's
Earth. It's never going to be like that.
Yeah, what's
Okay,
unrealistic?
never.
What is unrealistic about a person who wants and select groups of people who want only to have through genetic editing blue-eyed, blonde-haired, super strong, super high IQ children through the gene editing process?
Well, some people may choose that.
Hang on,
Some
but,
people
but
may
what
say
if
yes,
what if
but
whole
I'm not
country, if
going
whole
to.
countries choose that? That's fine, right?
That would sound stupid to me. A whole country
Yeah, but
would
they,
choose
but they
that.
did.
It just doesn't make
They
sense.
democratically
There's
did
8 billion people on
Hey,
planet
they
Earth. It doesn't make
democratically-
sense.
Yeah, hang on. There's 8 billion people, not in one country. The Japanese are very ethnocentric, for instance. If the Japanese decided that they were going to do nothing but gene editing to make sure that everybody stayed uniquely Japanese within their view of what that is, right? Is that good? Is that fine? Is that okay or not? Is that okay or not okay? Is it ethical? Is it unethical?
I don't think it's okay. It makes no sense from a Japanese point of view.
Why not?
But believe me, they would never do that.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah,
what I'm
they
trying to
do
say.
do
Is like
that.
the question
Yeah,
itself.
now
I would
suddenly
never
people,
do that.
Now suddenly we need to break all barriers and everything's on the table, but people would never
No,
do
no,
that.
it's not all barriers. It just
It's just
this
some.
question doesn't make sense. It's
Yeah, we
like
can pop
there's
a
8 billion
uterus.
of
We
us.
can
It's
pop
going
a
to take
uterus in a
8 billion
man.
reasons.
Yeah, we can pop a uterus in a man. He can shit a baby out. But let's not talk about cosmetic changes that people would have for beauty standards for their
We
little
can talk
Ubermensch
about it, but
babies.
just not for the entire human race.
I didn't say the entire human race. I said
He said a
country
nation.
specific. You don't think that there's Eastern European countries that would want to have nothing but blonde-haired, blue-eyed babies who look like the Ubermensch? Is that unethical for them to do or not?
I think it's stupid for
Is
them
it
to do.
unethical for them to do?
Well, I don't know that answer. If it's stupid,
You
then
don't
it
know
means
the
it's just
answer?
stupid.
You don't know if it's unethical or not? Okay.
All right,
Well,
fellas.
it depends.
Well,
If you
I
consider
think
stupid as unethical, yes.
it's
But
a
you
good
look,
time to get
it
on to
doesn't
the
seem to be something
closing
anyone would want to do.
statements
All right.
now. So let's do that. Zoltan, you
Men would want to
opened it
have
up,
babies,
so
but nobody. You couldn't
Andrew-
conceive of people wanting to cosmetically change what their
Andrew,
babies
if
look
you
like.
want to jump in with your closing statement, 2 minutes, and then we're going to read some super chats opening orange and up. So Andrew, 2 minutes, closing statement. Let's go.
Yeah, first and foremost, let me thank my opponent for this debate. So it takes a lot of courage to debate your worldview. It really does, especially in front of thousands and thousands of people live. It takes a lot of courage to do that. And so, first and foremost, I do thank you for having this debate with me. Secondly, he's a contradiction machine. This is what I'll say in my closing. He contradicts himself often. You saw the last exchange that we have. You know what the answer is, right? The answer is yes, it's ethical. He knows it's ethical. However, he's in a political pincer because he's running as a Democrat in California, right? He knows for sure that if he answers yes on blonde hair, blue-eyed Ubermensch babies and that being fine within his worldview, the very people who he's trying to represent are going to call him an evil Nazi eugenicist. That's actually what's going on. And the thing is like I have compassion for that. I'm not upset by the fact that he's trying to be evasive in the answer because he's in a political pincer. The thing is, though, is that's a political pincer of your making. The whole identity politics thing and stuff like this, it's all perpetuated by the same exact technology you want no guardrails on as you appeal to my worldview in order to stop you from doing crazy things. The biggest thing that you got out of this debate is this, that he adopts most of my worldview, adopts most of my ethical system, and then he tries to carve out the parts that he doesn't like. He carves out the portions of my ethical system which would prevent horrific things from happening to people, but can't justify it himself. There is no Christ he's appealing to. There is no God he's appealing to. There is no justification he's appealing to outside of himself. Every time we try to get to what he's appealing to, it's consensus. What if consensus say we can have designer Ubermensch babies? Well, that's just impossible. But, of course, having men who have children, totally possible. Like over and over and over again, as we dive into this worldview, we realize that really it's completely and totally reliant on my worldview, not his at all. He's actually asking Christians for permission more than anything else to pursue these diabolical arts. And what makes them diabolical is simple. There's no justification he can give for why you ought to do any of this other than your own personal preference. And then, but unless we get to preferences you have, which aren't politically expedient, then, I don't know about those things, right? So I have no choice but to believe, based on the last question exchange, that he's actually hiding many of his true intentions. Why? The last question exchange that we just had, he was completely evasive on it. He was terrified to give his intentionality behind these things and say that this is ethical, unethical, or whatever, even though the rest of the conversation he had no issues doing that, simply for the purposes of political expediency. And it's like, look, from my view, it just seems like you are very, very reliant upon Christians doing a lot of your heavy lifting, while at the same time having criticism that they're somehow holding you back. And yet it's our ethical guardrails that make any of this possible to begin with for you. So,
all right, 3 minutes on the clock for you, Zoltan.
Well, first, Andrew, thanks so much for doing the debate. It's been awesome. Actually, I've been really enjoying it. And Jake, thank you for hosting this. Let me just first say that transhumanism, this social movement of trying to use all these radical technologies to upgrade ourselves, is really something that is not just deep to me, but deep to many, millions, hundreds of millions of people around the world, especially where I live near Silicon Valley. We are really trying to remake planet Earth and remake what it means to be a human being. And that's perfectly justifiable, perfectly morally okay. And it's totally morally okay to take 80% of the Judeo-Christian framework that's out there, that's enabled a lot of modern scientists and modern history to kind of do what it's doing right now, which is provide these incredible technologies, this ability to even do this debate online through the airwaves, wherever you guys are. I'm in, California. These things are part of that Judeo-Christian framework, but it has its limits. And as human beings, we have to bend outside those limits sometimes. That's where that 20% comes from. I'm willing to go somewhere where no one's gone before. And so are all my peers. We want to see what else can be done to the human body. We want to see what else can be done to the human experience. And that means one day men giving birth or putting our brains into machines. Maybe we'll do it. It's not going to happen today, but it's something that I'm willing to entertain and say there could be a moral fabric for it. And we could find new truths and new rules that are even better than we've had before, better than the Judeo-Christian framework than we've had. And I got to just say, regarding the last 10, 15 minutes, when it comes to kind of what we're discussing, it's absolutely okay to, again, stretch rules of morality and ideas, what we're wanting to discuss. But you're talking about with, eugenics, trying to bring me into this fold. And yes, I am running for governor, so I'm a little bit more careful. But there are 8 billion people out there making decisions, and we want everyone to have at least some say. And so you can't just say, oh, we're all just going to choose one type of person to become transhuman, and that's the person that's going to be the best. It's never going to be like that. It's going to go back and forth and here and there, and it's going to be a coalition. And that's what's made evolution possible, is borrowing from the strong parts, leaving behind the weak parts. And I do believe Christianity has some weak parts. The biggest weakness for Christianity for me is that I don't believe in God. And that's a problem for me. I've tried to believe in God. I want God to come into my life, but I can't see it. I can't know it. I can't feel it. And that's always been a dilemma for me. So I'm going to take the best parts of the social framework and leave that other part behind. And I'm going to apply it to transhumanism and move forward. And I think we can come to a point when we really become something quite different than what we are now, but still be the best in ourselves, the best that we've taken from the past. And if that means being transhuman and leaving behind a lot of the humanness that I have, that's fine for me. I'm looking forward to that future.
All right, fellas. Well, it's been a great debate. It's been a good old-fashioned pub fight, bar stool debate. I felt
those are the best kind.
I know. I've really enjoyed it, actually. So we're going to get into some super chats. I'm going to speed through them, and we're not going to go too long on any one because I just want to make sure that everyone who donated gets to have their question read. So Gravios comes in and said, I have a question for Zoltan. How would he feel if he didn't eat breakfast this morning? And did he eat breakfast this morning? Otherwise, good show, great debate. So how would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast this morning? And did you eat breakfast this morning?
That's an interesting question because I had, after a few scotches last night, a little bit a fourth dinner, and I punished myself this morning by not having breakfast. So, and I do that sometimes if I drink and then have a midnight snack. I don't eat breakfast, so I didn't really have much to eat. But I got to say that in the future, I'm hoping that eating won't necessarily be something we always have to do. Maybe it'll be fun sometimes, but it really bothers me that you can go 10 or 20 days without food and die. That presents a problem in the transhumanist mindset. The same thing with water. The fact that you can't go 2 or 3 days without liquid and then you die presents a problem to transhumanists.
It's an interesting spin
but
on
I
the
mean, you have
breakfast
to
question.
remember the biblical standard here that God doesn't mind what goes in your mouth, and we're talking about food and water here, minds what comes out of it. So these are not contradictory positions to Christian ethics at all. Who cares if you're able to eliminate people needing to eat solid food or something like this? This doesn't violate anything. Violation comes in when he says, "What about I'm gonna take your ethical system and carve out and only keep the 20% that I don't like." So I just do the same thing. Okay, well, I'll take your transhumanism stuff and I'll just carve out all the stuff I don't like. In this case, I don't like you, creating these death machines or having no moral oughts or any of these things. Just carve out the things I don't like. It's the same. You see how the standard's the exact same both ways. Like, how are you going to critique me for the same thing that you're appealing to? It's just wild to me.
All right, next one comes from Mighty Maximus. Says Andrew just referenced Resident Evil. This is going to be great.
That's true. It is one of my. I'm sorry, I did make a video game reference. I think that culture, when you disseminate ideas, disseminating them through cultural references helps frame what it is that you're trying to say to people. So I did. That is true. I used the Umbrella Corporation Resident Evil reference in the beginning. I thought it framed up the argument fairly well.
Actually Religious for 20 says, this is the most offensive thing I've ever heard. The reason is to become your own God. You'd see parents/grandparents putting themselves ahead of their progeny. Why have kids if you're going to live forever? Sick. Zoltan, what would you say about that?
Yeah, sure. And this is a huge question. In fact, I got to be honest, a lot of transhumanists that I know and a lot of real extreme longevity advocates don't have kids for this exact reason. I chose to have them because I want to hedge my bets. But and I also think that even if you are going to live forever, having children would be wonderful, and I would love to see them grow and do whatever they're going to do forever. I mean, in fact, I think if you love your child and you don't believe in an afterlife like me, then you want them to live as long as possible, forever, hopefully. So, but I just point out that many transhumanists don't have kids for exactly that very wise question.
I just want to point out to you, though, that idea was explored by J.R.R. Tolkien. He called them elves. And it was the idea was explored a long time ago, and it ended up with disastrous results for a reason.
Sniper Bike sent 5 memberships. Thank you, sir. Imperial Cantina for 20 said, question for Zoltan. Is there a ship of Theseus point with transhumanism, where if you replace enough human parts with non-humans, that it stops being a person, and is it just an AI robot mimicking human life? Cheers, Jake.
Sure. Well,
Yes.
I would say most transhumanists say when you have crossed the 50% threshold, so when you've replaced over 50% of your body, you no longer should be theoretically called a human being. Like, so I have a chip implant in my hand, but that's just like a tiny percent, a quarter% of my body. However, when you've done over half, then I would say you have become something that is no longer part of the species. However, you probably still, as I've argued, retain your memories, retain your mammalianness and all that. And if that's in your brain, then you may still feel you're very human, even if you are entirely a cyborg or even a brain in a vat at some point.
Did you see how arbitrary this is? Totally arbitrary. Like, what makes it at 50%? Which 50%, for instance? Like, if you get cut in half, and the entirety of the bottom half of your section becomes robotic, are you now not a human being anymore? I think you could make an easy argument that you are still indeed, in fact, a human being, and that this doesn't get to the core of what the ontology of a person is, the very being of a person. It's another arbitrary starting position, and there's no reason for us to grant any of these arbitrary starting positions. They're arbitrary.
So Andrew is right here in this sense, and maybe I should clarify. That 50% has to be done electively. You would have to say, oh, I want to take away 50% of my body and replace it. You can't have an accident happen to you, because then I would say you're fully still human.
What? Wait. That's absurd. That's you just based on subjective identitarianism, just like subjective identity. I'm a human because I claim I'm one.
Did you break
Humanity
it?
has a biological and
it?
ontological meaning. It's not one or the other. These are very much intertwined. It's not just biology. It's not just the idea of the thing and what makes that thing, right? It's both of these things considered together. When you saying, wait a second, you could just identify. Okay, well then I'm a robot right now, right?
But
I'm a
we
robot
do
right
identify
this
it. So look, if you chop off both your arms,
you
put in a robotic heart, I mean, this is it. People like us transgenders,
am I a robot?
We identify, and that's okay.
Am I a robot right now because I say I am? No, of course not. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. You basically would have to be lying to me, right? If I said I'm a robot and you said, yes, you are, you would be lying, objectively lying to me.
Replacing 50% of your body, that would be hundreds of surgeries.
That's
So
arbitrary.
at that point, after hundreds of surgeries, replacing limbs and hearts and organs, I would say that, look, you may qualify as whatever you want to call yourself.
It's an interesting debate. I'll have to watch that later if he keeps it up. They won. Who won? Holt and Carter. Holt Leaders arrested for members' murder. Oh, geez. Australian imam issues dire warning to the West.
I have just spoken with families of the victims, extending solidarity and unity in the face of an act of terror that has shaken the world. This was not merely an act of violence, it was a calculated anti-Semitic act of terror driven by hatred, cowardice, and moral depravity.
Hi guys, this is Sahar TV, and in today's video we'll see Imam Muhammad Tawhidi talking about what happened in Sydney, Australia on Bondi Beach. Let's watch.
Good morning. Today, I speak not only on behalf of the Global Imams Council, but also as an Australian citizen. The Global Imams Council condemns in the strongest, clearest, and most unambiguous terms the barbaric terrorist attack at Bondi Beach in Sydney, Australia, where innocent Jewish families were celebrating Hanukkah, the Festival of Lights. I have just spoken with families of the victims, extending solidarity and unity in the face of an act of terror that has shaken the world. This was not merely an act of violence, it was a calculated anti-Semitic act of terror driven by hatred, cowardice, and moral depravity. The murder of worshippers, including children and respected community figures and leaders, is an unforgivable crime that stains the conscience of humanity. These terrorists are enemies of all faiths and of all civilized society. Let us be absolutely clear. The Bondi Beach terrorist attack is what the globalizing of the Intifada looks like when hatred is normalized, when incitement is excused, and when extremists are allowed to fester under the cover of politics, slogans, and cowardly silence. What begins as chants and threats inevitably ends in blood. Any individual or ideology that targets Jews or that justifies violence against them or against our shared Abrahamic family is not representing Islam, but desecrating it.
For the people asking how come this Imam is so peaceful and talks in such a peaceful manner, he believes that Islam should reform. There's very few of him, but he's one of the brave ones who's actually speaking up against them, against the radicalization, extremism, and more.
Anti-Semitic terrorism has no legitimacy, no excuse, and no shelter within authentic Islamic leadership. We stand in unbreakable and unapologetic solidarity with the Jewish community of Australia and with Jewish communities worldwide. Your grief is our grief. Your pain is shared deeply by Muslims across the globe who refuse to remain silent in the face of evil. The light of Hanukkah, a symbol of resilience and faith in the face of darkness, will never be extinguished by those who worship hatred and death. This terrorist attack must also be understood as a warning to other democracies, including Canada. As Mark Dubowitz of the FDD rightly stated today, I quote, "Sydney is a warning. Toronto has the same ingredients, a feckless, cowardly elite, and deepening Islamist penetration, driving Jew hatred to levels Canada has not seen in modern times."
I mean, it's the same with France, right? France is the warning to the UK is the warning to Australia and Canada. France is what it's going to turn into. That's going to be the end goal. Not yet, but it's really close.
End quote. When governments are permissive towards extremist rhetoric, when anti-Semitism is downplayed or selectively ignored, and when promised federal security funding for vulnerable religious and community institutions fails to materialize, the result is not tolerance, the result is terror. Canada must not mirror the political failure.
What are you doing, kickers? Hi, babies. I love us. Love us.
years that have allowed violence to erupt elsewhere. A federal posture that hesitates to confront anti-Semitism decisively and takes no meaningful action against the Muslim Brotherhood and its affiliated networks risks sending a dangerous signal to extremists that consequences are unlikely and victims are expendable. We call upon Muslims everywhere to reject anti-Semitism without hesitation, to confront extremist ideologies within our own communities, and to actively build bonds of respect and protection with our Jewish brothers and sisters as fellow children of Abraham.
Amen.
Silence is complicity, and being neutral in the face of terror is a moral failure. We further call upon Australian authorities to pursue not only the perpetrators, but also the networks, ideologues, imams, supporters, and enablers behind them with the full force of justice. Terror must be crushed decisively, and those who incite it, fund it, promote it, or excuse it must be exposed and held accountable without exception. May the Almighty grant strength to the bereaved, healing to the wounded, and justice for the victims. May He protect all innocent people from this plague of hatred and terror. Amen.
Beautifully said by Imam Muhammad Tawhidi, who believes in reforming Islam, and I believe in the same thing. Too bad that not many Muslims believe in the same approach, and that he's, one drop in the sea. But you have to remember about these two terrorists yesterday who committed this heinous attack. These are just two drops in the sea, a sea of a large infrastructure called the Muslim Brotherhood, who believes that Sharia should spread worldwide and dominate over all other religions. It starts with the Jews because the Jews were here before the Christians. It will then continue to the Christians and the other disbelievers and infidels of the world. Australia is a preview, but we always say that it's a preview. The London Bridge bombing was a preview. 9/11 was a preview. And the previous terror attacks were previews to the upcoming ones. You have to remember, every time you see those attacks, it's not going to be the last one. And as time progresses, it's going to get worse and worse because people are normalizing it more and more. This will come to your front door if action is not taken. If the elites are not condemning this, are not taking action against this, it will come to your door. So right now I'm talking to the people in Australia, talking to the people in France, talking to the people in the UK and in Canada. You have the most similarity with the amount of immigration of people from different types of backgrounds and ideologies to your countries. Push your elites to take action. Push them. In America, we're already seeing some actions being taken in a serious manner, but it's not happening in Canada. It's not happening in Australia. You have to take action because your family could be next. And when that's going to happen, it's going to be too late. It's amazing to see imams like Muhammad Tawhidi speaking the way they speak. We need more of this. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Bye-bye.
Oh, babies. Upset. What are you upset about? Oh, no need to be upset. Be upset, babies. Were you? You forgot to turn the light off in the dining room. Oh, it's off. This kitchen light.
I didn't.
No, then I'm gonna go out there in a minute anyway. I'm gonna get some Buckeyes and cookies.
You want me to?
Well, I gotta go pee, but I might need help carrying it back. Okay.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And of course, here's the meme of the day brought to you by 5mind.com. The definition of insanity, the definition of crazy, to do the same thing over and over again expecting different results. Well, if that's the definition, well, maybe not the clinical definition, but you know what I mean. If that's the standard, well, then I guess you could come to the conclusion that it seems that 90+% of DC has absolutely lost the frickin' plot to do the same thing over and over again, to continue funding the same groups.
I'll be right back. Now that that chaos is done and over with.
The same NGOs hiring the same consultants.
First, the fire in the kitchen, and then the kid almost dies from eating that cookie.
Pushing the same humanitarian projects across the world to little to no results, to be simply feeding an ecosystem of corruption, embezzlement, sleazy deal-making. To be doing that over and over again, well, it's patently insane. And yes, it's exactly what we've been doing for decades. That is, of course, until now. You know, again, like I was saying in a video last week, they tell you Donald Trump is crazy, he's insane, he's a madman, but him and his cabinet seem to be the only people speaking common sense. They seem to be the only people actually trying to find solutions to do something different rather than further enabling the same clearly flawed status quo. And that's exactly what they're doing here. The Trump administration is now signaling a completely new strategy, a new idea in terms of conducting foreign aid. It seems as though the Washington NGO machine is officially getting defunded on an overarching policy level. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so take a look at this announcement from Marco Rubio.
The United States has spent billions of dollars over the years in helping with health strategies all across the world. What we learned over time, and especially after coming here, is that oftentimes, and I'm oversimplifying it, but this is an accurate description, what would happen is we would go to a country and say, we're going to help you with your health care needs. Then we would drive over to Northern Virginia somewhere, find an NGO, one of these organizations, give them all the money, tell them go to this country and do their health care program for them. That NGO would then take about, some percentage of that money for their overhead and administrative costs. And by the time it got down to it, the host country had very little influence. It was sort of imposed on them, and only a percentage of the overall money ever actually reached the patients and the people on the ground that we were trying to help because of these costs. This makes no sense. So why are we hiring American and international NGOs to go into other countries and run healthcare systems that are parallel and sometimes in conflict with the healthcare systems of the host country? If we're trying to help countries, help the country. Don't help the NGO to go in and find a new line of business. So that's what the model that we're breaking. We're not doing this anymore. We are not going to spend billions of dollars funding the NGO industrial complex while close and important partners like Kenya are either have no role to play or have very little influence over how healthcare money is being spent. Bottom line is, if you want to help a country, work with that country.
So essentially what's being described here, my understanding is that moving forward, foreign aid is now supposed to be structured so that if America wants to help a foreign country, it will now move forward funding that country directly. No more massive tax dollars moving around through a web of NGOs with all these subcontractors and bureaucrats, all these partner organizations, and of course, let's not forget with all the connections to the globalist organizations. No, KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. The logic is simple. Wire the money to the government. Say these funds that we are giving you are for X, Y, and Z, and then track every single dollar or even send the money over, but rather in an American-controlled bank account. All the money being spent has to be pre-approved. You have the ability to freeze the money. There's full transparency, full ability to audit. Basically, let them do the labor and put all the power of oversight in your hands, as opposed to the current system, which is hand a bunch of money to Democrats and all of their friends who go partying around the world pretending as if they're freaking doing something. Here's $300 million to build schools in Africa. And 12 years later, not a single school is built, but they've done studies and assessments. They've gone back and forth with local authorities. The people are sick of it. We've heard countless stories of this. And so obviously there has to be a better way. Now, will it work everywhere? Of course not. I'm not advocating for sending $1 billion wire transfer to the Iranian regime. Obviously, you have to practice discretion, but in a lot of cases, especially with countries that we have decent relationships with, why not? Especially in situations where we can kind of interface with the government and trust them to a certain extent. And again, if the right structure is set up to control the disbursement of funds, to be able to track every single dollar, a chain of custody of sorts, well then why not? It's time to put this NGO racket to an end. It's time to completely end this career path of being a permanent taxpayer bloodsucker. When it comes to foreign aid, when it comes to big government spending, when it comes to distributing funds for projects, there simply should not be thousands of freaking government middlemen involved in those transactions. Each one of them taking a slice, taking a little piece of the pie, skimming the top, if you will. The whole notion of these NGO middlemen is something that shouldn't exist, or it should only exist in very extreme particular cases where it makes sense. But the left will tell you, well, middlemen are needed everywhere. Look at the world of business. But in business, a middleman either adds value to the deal or dies. guys. If you're a distributor, if you're a broker, if you're a platform, you have to actually bring something to the table in order to get your commission. You need to be bringing something of value. There's a profit incentive. It's a balanced transaction. That's how a functioning market works. But in government, it's just endless middlemen. They just keep multiplying. The money's not earned, it's appropriated from taxpayers. There's no balance to transaction. It's monopoly money. Ooh, spending, spending, spending. And slowly but surely, especially in a late-stage liberal world, after decades of government growth, it starts to become dizzying. I mean, the roots have really taken and they've spread and they're everywhere. There's just thousands upon thousands of organizations, all sucking the teat of government, siphoning and siphoning and siphoning. You know, actually, this just comes to mind. I was just watching a Black conservative perspective video. He was covering a Dave Ramsey clip. Let me just play it. I think it'll make sense. It'll speak for itself.
I am a small business owner. I've been in business for about 5 years, and I've been doing pretty well financially for the last 4 years until January hit. And now a lot of the current administration's policies have hit about every single section of my job.
What business
and my
are you?
company.
Tell me about your business.
So I'm a consulting firm that helps to support humanitarian initiatives with corporations, colleges, and school districts. So essentially, they bring me in as a consultant to repurpose their furniture and fix assets with charities around the world.
And I'm just curious, not trying to get into a political rabbit hole, but how are the current policies affecting your income?
So first off, we're a women-owned certified small business. So the DEI initiative, we took a pretty hard hit with that in January. The grants for the universities being revoked, that caused some cash crunches for some of the programs and some of the projects that they do traditionally over the summer.
Gotcha.
Funding for the public schools, obviously if programs are being let go or, Department of Education is, being restructured, all of those things, school districts are downsizing themselves and kind of wondering how they're going to have the programs that they need to take care of their students. And then obviously the tariffs, which we all know that's a subject in and of itself, but
how are the
all of those factors combined?
Okay. All right. So bottom line is that money has dried up. What was coming in freely to pay for your consultancy services have dried up.
Another taxpayer grifter. Oh, Donald Trump's so evil. The funding has dried up. I can no longer do what I was doing, my quote, business. What business? She can't even describe what she was doing. There's no real business case there. It's just a bunch of freaking useless bureaucrats collecting massive, massive contracts from the taxpayers to do nothing. And that's happening domestically. California is the freaking mecca of that. And of course, it's happening on an NGO level as well. In fact, these kinds of schemes, in my view, are the backbone of the Democrat Party. It's the lifeblood. It's their entire industry. And they view it as such. Being a consultant, running an NGO, funneling millions upon millions of dollars into your pocket. This is a career path for people. And now the Trump administration is coming in and saying no more. They're trying to do the same thing on the Obamacare subsidies issue, where Democrats just want to continue feeding the corrupt system, where the lobbyists, the insurance companies, the politicians, the pharma companies collude together to keep those taxpayers funneling into their pockets. The Trump administration wants to come in and put the money into the consumer's hand. It's a smart solution, and again, they want to starve these bureaucratic grifters. And you see how the Democrats are acting. I mean, of course, the people who are going to be screaming the loudest are the same crowd that are living off this stuff. The NGO world, the consultants, the permanent bureaucracy, the Democrats who do their bidding, the people who just love to bill their consultation fees. They're absolutely terrified that the money's going to be spent the right way. Because if you figure out a way to get the money in the right people's hands, which in many cases is just the individual, or I guess in this case, the government entity itself, and then slowly things start to get better on all of these big social ails and issues that Democrats grift off of, if you actually spend the money effectively and solve these problems, well then the entire Democrat shtick falls apart. The entire Democrat machine. Like I always say, they don't want to solve homelessness. They want to maintain their homelessness industry, their industry of compassion. They love the big contracts, a massive order of crack pipes, meth pipes, and don't forget the syringes and all the other paraphernalia. It's big business, it's big quantities, and they're loving the commissions. I just ordered 3 metric tons of meth pipes from China. May as well pay myself a $75,000 administrative fee. The whole thing's an industry, and they know very well that it wouldn't exist if the problems were ever solved. corrupt. And that's why these ideas freak them out. That's why they're refusing to even negotiate with Republicans on the idea of giving citizens health insurance vouchers. They're frickin' panicking because their entire corrupt industry is under attack. But at this point, after what, nearly a century of the status quo, it's justified, and oh boy, is it time. Anyways, that's what I got for you guys. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
That's what my mom would always say. Oh, yell at you.
Submarine today, that's interesting. It was blown up by those remote controlled boats, but they made a submersible version of those boats.
Dog, you see this? Get down. Yeah.
All of us remembers the great novel from George Orwell. You're required to do a book report on it. It is, of course, Animal Farm. And as you all remember, it's a story about how billionaires corrupted the peaceful communist utopia by... Wait, that's not what it was about. Oh, boy. We got a new movie coming out. It's Animal Farm. And it's getting roasted because, as most of you actually know, Animal Farm was criticizing Stalin and the Soviet Union. For those that aren't familiar with what Animal Farm is about, it's basically animals overthrow a farm, take it over, and then the pigs eventually become the tyrannical autocrats. That's the point of criticizing communism. Well, we've got a movie trailer. Apparently, it gets stranger as it goes. And what's interesting is that this film appears to be distributed by Angel Studios, with many people saying, wait, what a minute? So likely what happens is this movie gets made and is seeking distribution, and Angel Studios buys the rights, and now they have a pro-communist message. And that is, okay, I kid you not. And I'm going to read this article for you because even AV Club is saying it won't help your book report, and it's getting stranger as it goes. Animals overthrow a farm. They then start inviting humans in to pay for things, and then the pigs get corrupted by a billionaire. I kid you not. They've turned the narrative, and I bet at the end of the film, the animals win and restore their communist utopia. Which is just like, I love the tweets because they're basically like, I guess they just proved Orwell's point for him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, my friends, we have this tweet from Mario Knopfel with a trailer in it. He says, Hollywood takes Orwell's anti-communist masterpiece, makes it anti-capitalist and woke instead. Andy Serkis spent 14 years adapting Animal Farm, added a billionaire villain not in the book, made her the main threat. Napoleon, Orwell's Stalin stand-in, gets downgraded to a supporting antagonist voiced by Seth Rogen. The new villain drives a Cybertruck knockoff. Producers claim resemblance to Elon is unintentional. Then Serkis rewrote the ending. Orwell's
trying to make communism look
pigs
good.
become indistinguishable from humans. Revolution betrayed. Totalitarianism wins. His version, animals overthrow the pigs, plan a brighter future. Director's explanation, we wanted some hope. Here's the problem. Animal Farm wasn't about capitalism.
Orwell wrote it as a direct allegory for Soviet Russia, how revolutionary ideals get corrupted by power and hungry authoritarians. The pigs are the communists. That's the entire point. Hollywood just inverted the message, took a socialist's warning about socialism becoming tyranny, and turned it into corporations bad. Added an outside capitalist villain, so the animal's internal corruption, the actual story, becomes secondary. Orwell spent his life warning about totalitarianism from the left. Now, Seth Rogen voices Napoleon like it's a buddy comedy, while the real villain is tech billionaires. 14 years to completely miss the assignment. Look at this one. I love this from Orion. I think they just made Orwell's point. Oh, no. They didn't just make Orwell's point. The point of what they're doing is to destroy your literature, to destroy the messages that countered these narratives. I'm going to show you a clip from the trailer, my friends. I have to do it. Let's see if we can make it a little bit bigger for you. Here we go.
Cock-a-doodle!
Hi, Lucky.
What's up?
We are going on vacation.
I do hope it's somewhere good. What does that say?
Laughter House.
That sounds awesome. I love to laugh. It's a slaughterhouse. Look at all this deliciousness. They want this. Do you want to be food or do you want freedom? Then let's fight for it. We're free.
So you see the on the side of the truck, it says by Pilkington. And take a look at, where is it? Okay, when they storm out, let me try and find a spot. They're running, and these guys right here, these guys wearing the suits, they come back. So here's the communist part. Here we go.
No animal shall wear clothes.
Huh? What? We're show pigs.
And all animals are equal.
Animals running a farm? I had to see it for myself.
Thank you. Aw, so cute.
Activate cute eyes.
I'd rather gouge them out.
Look at this Cybertruck.
I want that farm.
We should move into the farmhouse so the humans know we're in charge.
You are about to become my new best friend.
It's just like some rich lady.
Humans working together. I like the optics.
Oh, we love the optics. What are optics?
I think it's a kind of seafood.
Jeez. So look at this. Seth Rogen, Gaten Matarazzo, Steve Buscemi, Glenn Close, Laverne Cox, Kieran Culkin, Woody Harrelson, Jim Parsons, Andy Serkis, Kathleen Turner, Iman Vellani. I don't know some of those names. And here's what I think. Look at this. And then, here you go.
You're wearing clothes.
Would you look at that? I am.
Everything's different, but we're still friends.
All animals are equal, but some are more equal than others.
Look at it. Look at this. The point of Animal Farm and the statement that some are more equal than others was basically them saying that they have a right to resources, they have a right to mansions, they have a right to wealth and luxury while you do not. And here are those guys. They're back. We get the story. The farm the animals were being sold off to a factory farm corporation or something. This billionaire lady is mad because the animals resisted. And now you have a new version of Animal Farm. Don't you just love it? I wonder if they've got in the Wikipedia premise. There's no premise yet written. Oh, man. I know people are ragging on Angel Studios about this. They say in July 2011,
They're trying to
a
make
feature
it
film adaptation of
pro-communist.
Animal
The book,
Farm was
when the
announced to be
whole
in
book was
development. Do you
anti-communist.
think Andy Serkis just didn't understand? Peter DeBruge wrote, Serkis' 21st Century Update dilutes Orwell's political... Oh, this is too good. Dilutes Orwell's political allegory in favor of what passes for something more audience-friendly. His approach adopts the celebrity voices, cutesy character design, and antic, mile-a-minute energy of big studio American tunes. The result isn't nearly as polished as Illumination or DreamWorks movies, but it's good enough for government work, as saying goes. Pete Hammond of Deadline wrote, with a screenplay alternatively funny and frighteningly perceptive by Nicholas Stoller, this gorgeously edited version is not outwardly trying to be political, but nevertheless is uncannily meeting its time and proving to be a little too close for comfort to America's drift towards authoritarianism. They didn't read the book. They didn't understand any of what the book was about. Or they did, and they're lying intentionally because they want to destroy your messages.
Everyone's equal.
Raphael Motomeyer's review for IGN focused on the film's tonal shift from an allegory for the Russian Revolution and Stalin's rise to power
What would
to a
happen
metaphor
in
for
Russia?
corrupt business in the 21st century. He wrote, Circus paints the
Everyone's
terrifying
equal,
rise
some are
of
just
porcine
more
direct
equal, is
dictator
what-
Napoleon into a broader brush for a modern era of big business run amok. In toning down the more graphic elements of its descent into totalitarianism and simplifying the depths of its commentary, the director and performance capture pioneer trades. Performance capture pioneer trades a dystopian tone for something a little more uplifting. It's a fun movie with some creative visual choices and a great cast, but it's also hard not to feel like it lost some teeth on its journey. What do you mean lost some teeth? They straight up ripped all of the teeth out of its mouth. The only teeth it has was criticizing the pigs in saying that when the revolutions happen, you know what? You know what? I wrote a song about this. I wrote a song about it. Here we go. And then Muse copied the song, and you know, because that's what they did. And I want to show you this. I recommend you guys. Spoiler alerts. Actually, that's not the right one. It's this one. You've been blocked by network security. That's Reddit. That's not. What are you doing? Where's the YouTube one? Man, this is really crazy because like, look, it's got millions of views. So this is a song I made several years ago, 5 years ago. All right, I'm going to spoil the whole thing for you. And I'm just going to jump to the last scene, which is, here you go.
Yeah, it's a location of the leaders that all need to be brought down.
So for those who are just listening, the imagery is... It's a statue. They throw the ropes. When they pull it down, it's a wheel. I did not come up with that idea. That's actually a very viral piece of art, and we basically just animated it for the end of the film because, or for the music video, because that was the point. These animals stage a revolution, and the people who come into power are just as tyrannical as the last. Everybody is fighting not for a just world. They're fighting for power for themselves, and that is always going to be the case. And this is particularly what has me so disillusioned with the political spaces these days. People like Candace Owens, for instance. Her motivation is not the betterment of society. It's for personal gain. She refers to herself as we and us, the same as any other crackpot, culty scumbag. And I've said very disparaging things about her, and will continue. But, you know, again, she's having a summit with Erica Kirk, and I hope that everyone calms down, stops fighting each other. But there are people out there. Their intention is not to guide you to betterment. Their intention is not to make the world better and more comfortable and safer for their children, for their families, for their wives, for their husbands, but to extract as much as they can from the system and burn it all down. And how we fight against that, I don't know, because it requires bravery. And very few have it. It requires bravery. It requires an astute mind. And very few have it, which makes it a bit of a challenge in that when good men do nothing, evil prevails. Yeah. And so long as there are people like me who complain all day but never want to run for office and don't want to be in charge, then I don't know how we survive this. I don't know how we overcome. And that's a direct criticism of myself. I'm very self-aware. I suppose if I'm criticizing people in media, I think it's fine because I'm a guy in media. But for those in politics and the corrupt, Too few actually want to do the right thing, and
Not
most
very
just
long.
want to get in and extract what they
Another
can
day
to
or
better
two.
themselves. And that's basically the message of Animal Farm. The animals take over. The pigs say, "Now's our chance." Become totalitarian dictators. It was a metaphor for Stalin.
Probably not.
Now they've done this. Well, it's cringe. It's absolutely cringe. And I don't understand why Angel Studios bought this. Right? I don't get it. They say
What are you doing,
scheduled for
lady?
release. What is it? It was premiered at 2025 June. Scheduled for release on May.
Friday,
I guess
too.
Animal Farm. I'm sorry, Angel is like, we want to be associated with all these famous actors. They don't want to be just boxed in to being only like some conservative movie distribution thing. But this dumps all over the message of Animal Farm and its critique of communism. It is what it is. I'm going to wrap it up there, my friend. Smash that like button. Share the show with everyone you know. Literally everyone. We're hanging out in Las Vegas. I'm gonna be filming a vlog. I gotta run and pick up some equipment. But we're gonna be doing a vlog. It's really great hearing out the World Poker Tour. A lot of fun. Thanks for hanging out.
Oh yeah, you didn't know this? No. Oh yeah, your mom used
I remember.
You guys actually.
She used to, yeah.
Yes.
Make all kinds of cookies. All kinds.
Wasn't until
Yeah, everybody's favorites get made, and she used to do like a orange creamsicle that I liked. Mm-hmm.
You made a types of cake. Yeah. 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 Can I have fun, guys? Oh. Just really.
For that tragedy in Australia today. But the reason I think it's a false flag attack, and obviously I wasn't there, I'm not Australian, I don't have concrete evidence. What I immediately saw transpire afterwards is Netanyahu get on stage and immediately take credit. He said, shout out to the Jewish man who stopped that shooter. It wasn't a Jewish man, his name was Ahmed.
Let's watch what Benjamin Netanyahu said right after the incident happened, right? Because he said Jew. Let's see what he said.
We saw an action of a brave man. Turns out a Muslim brave man, and I salute him.
Beautiful. So now Sneako's credibility is going to the ground. Everything he says from now on is complete BS because he just lied about this claim. Just think about how many other claims he's lying about. Hi guys, doing this is Sahar TV, and in today's video we'll watch Sneako talking shit about what happened at Bondi Beach, claiming it was a false flag again. I mean, yeah, the Muslims never do anything wrong. Let's watch.
It's a false flag attack. I don't know why people are upset. Obviously, I don't have evidence, and I'm not sure. Come on. What's the playbook over the last 20 years? We've seen this time and time again. The playbook is Israel needs to demonize Muslims so that they can continue bombing the Middle East to establish greater Israel. They need to demonize Muslims so that they can be the real terrorists and get American support.
Sure, that's why they did the Nice ramming, right? The Jews did the Nice ramming in France so they can expand, right? That's why the Jews did the London Bridge attack in the UK, right? So they can expand. Really? That's your claim? What a stupid claim.
Brainwashed.
Right? Now, because Sneako is a Muslim, he must defend Islam,
Mhm.
right? But we don't need to do anything to the Muslims. We don't need to make them look bad. They make themselves look bad by the attacks that they do on behalf of their religion.
They do it themselves.
Because Netanyahu doesn't realize that the post 9/11 hysteria is over. People don't buy it anymore, especially when their Mossad operation falls flat when a Muslim man, Ahmed, steps in to stop the shooter. Rest in peace to everybody, and prayers to all the families.
Of course, Nico is going to try to flip the script and say, listen, a Muslim guy tried to do this and this and this, and he saved the day. But he's forgetting that if these two Muslim men, terrorists from Pakistan, father and son, would not have perpetrated this attack in the first place, you wouldn't have needed a hero. So, again, stupid claim. It's people from your religion who perpetrated this attack.
For that tragedy in Australia today. But the reason I think it's a false flag attack, and obviously I wasn't there, I'm not Australian, I don't have concrete evidence. What I immediately saw transpire afterwards is Netanyahu get on stage and immediately take credit. He said, shout out to the Jewish man who stopped that shooter. It wasn't a Jewish man. His name was Ahmed.
Let's watch what Benjamin Netanyahu said right after the incident happened, right? Because he said Jew. Let's see what he said.
We saw an action of a brave man. Turns out a Muslim brave man, and I salute him.
Beautiful. So now Sneako's credibility is going to the ground. Everything he says from now on is complete BS because he just lied about this claim. Just think about how many other claims he's lying about.
If you don't know the name Ahmed, it basically means Muhammad. It's not a Lebanese Christian. It's not a Jew like Netanyahu says.
We saw an action of a brave man. Turns out a Muslim brave man, and I salute him.
It was a Muslim man. Not only that, it's the first day of Hanukkah. And if somebody is skilled enough like that shooter, you could see him using a single bolt-action rifle. This is a trained soldier. Australia does not have, they have some of the strongest gun control in the world. They don't have access to weapons like that. This is not an incapable man.
This guy is from Pakistan. He graduated college from a place called Islamabad in Pakistan. The name Naveed Akram is a Muslim name. Oh, and for your claim that he's a trained soldier, are we really ignoring the countless terrorist organizations around the world like Al-Shabaab, Al-Qaeda, Hamas, ISIS, Hezbollah, and all these other terrorist organizations that are pretty experienced using guns? Really? You think we're that stupid, Nico?
This is a trained soldier who knows what he's doing. Why would he be stupid enough? Why would he be stupid enough? So let's see what the narrative is, right? If he's a terrorist, and first let's define terrorism. Terrorism is somebody who kills many people for political or religious gain. That's what America's doing right now. If we're going to judge it off of that, America killed 1 million people in Iraq based off of the 3,000 that died on 9/11. You can talk about what really happened on 9/11. Watch the Tucker Carlson documentary if you're going to call me an anti-Semite. 9/11, come on.
You are an anti-Semite because you believe in an Islamic ideology, but what do they gain from it? Don't you go to heaven as a Muslim if you wage war, jihad, on disbelievers and kuffars? Now you can say, oh yeah, but if you kill one innocent person, that's from the Talmud, first of all. It's from the Jewish holy books and the textbooks, not from Islam. But if that's your claim, what do they gain from this? They go to heaven. They get 70 virgins. They die fighting for Islam because they fought those filthy Jewish kuffars. That's what they gain from this. Sneeko really doesn't know his own religion, or he does, and he's practicing taqiyya, right? Lying on behalf of his religion.
The passports in the rubble, the war that was justified afterwards, the weapons of mass destruction that were never found. If we're going to say that terrorism is for religious or political gain, which is the actual definition, then America's the biggest terrorist in the world. Not only that, we do it to fund Israel. We do it to support Israel. Everybody can now admit that over the past 2 years, over 2 years since October 7th, what was going on in Gaza was a genocide. Why don't we call it?
Nobody can agree this was a genocide because this was not a genocide. Their numbers grew. They are more than what they were before October 7th. If Israel would have targeted civilians only, it would have been a genocide. But they targeted a bunch of Hamas, therefore dismantling your claim of genocide. Stop with that stupid claim. Only Muslims believe it's a genocide because you guys brainwashed the shit out of them.
Israel terrorists, bombing children nonstop for 2 years straight, killing innocent civilians.
Yet he cannot provide a single evidence showing IDF soldiers killing children intentionally. In war, people die. War is horrific. But he cannot produce a single video evidence from inside Gaza where you see an IDF soldier sniping a child.
Purposely sniping
He
at
can
a
only show
child
me
or
the
trying to kill.
aftermath. But then how do I know who actually killed the child? Because Hamas knows they gain a bunch from showing dead children and dead women.
Yep.
Religious and political gain, that's terrorism. So if the
Hamas
narrative
knows
now
how to manipulate
is
the
that this
media
Muslim
and
guy
have been doing it for
in
many,
Australia
many
hates
years,
Jews so
not
much,
just through this
why
war.
would he kill these people on the first day of Hanukkah, strategically on a roof, making a big public display, knowing that that's going to be used to demonize Muslims and further the agenda of Israel right now.
What do you mean? Because he's a Muslim and he believes that he will go to heaven if he commits an attack against Jews, because that's striving for Islam. Why did he do it on the first day of Hanukkah? He could have done it on the second day because he knew there was going to be a big Jewish gathering on Bondi Beach where he can just snipe them like ducks. That's why.
What kind of idiot would do that publicly?
An Islamist idiot.
On the first day of Hanukkah.
Not very many smart Islamists out there, unfortunately. A lot of them are inbred. And their IQs are lower than room temperature. A lot of them.
Knowing that they will use that event to justify more support and more money to Israel. He's not that stupid.
I can make the same claim for why would a Muslim person do the London Bridge bombings out in the open if he would know that it would make Islam look bad? Why would the Nice ramming terrorist, Muslim by the way, commit this attack out in the open if he knew this was going to villainize Islam? Because that's the ideology. Their imams preached about this. Killing kuffars is a blessed thing. And by the way, they are ranked higher in Jannah and in the eyes of Allah than you, because they fight. They fight for Islam.
Any Muslim knows that we get blamed. Muslims get blamed. One Muslim does something bad, and all the Muslims get blamed. Let's be consistent. Let's say he is a Muslim shooter.
Because
why are we calling him a Muslim shooter and not an Arab shooter or a brown shooter, wherever he's from? When Tyler Robinson assassinates Charlie Kirk, allegedly, we don't call him a Christian, do we? Do we call Tyler Robinson the Christian shooter?
Tyler Robinson didn't do it for Christian reasons. He did it for ideological reasons. Muslims do it for religious reasons. That's why we call them Islamist terrorists or Muslim terrorists, because they chant Allahu Akbar and the end goal is to promote Islam and scare people. That's why.
Born in Utah, probably grew up in a Christian or Mormon family. No, we call him Tyler Robinson and insist that he's trans. He's a trans libtard. We call him liberal. We don't call him Christian. Why not? Oh, because he didn't believe in Christianity. Okay, let's apply that logic. If that guy did kill a bunch of Jewish people on the first day of Hanukkah, do you think that guy really believed in Islam?
100%, because for him, those innocent people weren't innocent. They were filthy Jews. They were kuffars. They were infidels. Read Surah 9:5. Read that right now and see what it says in the Quran. And tell me that these people are innocent people. BS. BS. Sneeko doesn't know what he's talking about. It's so funny.
Do you think that he was a good practicing Muslim? In fact, he was probably worse at practicing it, obviously worse at Islam than Tyler Robinson was at Christianity.
Oh, no, he was a perfect example of what Islamists practice. They believe exactly in the same things Muhammad believed in. They believe in beheadings, they believe in killing disbelievers, in waging wars, and that's exactly why they did this. He was a perfectly practicing Muslim. And you can see that by the tweets from his teacher, who said, congratulations for finishing the Tajweed and graduating the Iqra books. Give me a break. Sneeko, we're not stupid. We can see right through your bullshit.
But they don't apply that same logic. They blame all Muslims because they need to. They need to have one religion be called the terrorists. What they didn't prepare for, what Netanyahu was extremely upset about and Israel was extremely upset about, they didn't expect a Muslim man to go and ruin that whole strategy, ruin that campaign, to step in there and become the hero. That Muslim guy that stepped in, prayers to him, may Allah bless him and protect him. May God reward him in heaven when he does go. He's still alive for performing that heroic act, because that immediately outshined the rest of the narrative that they're trying to run with. The playbook is it's old. It's expired. We know by now. And I can see how angry the people that want to spread hate on Muslims are that hero stepped in, and they don't get to use this event to justify more hatred, to justify more propaganda.
Angry? I think every Muslim should act like this. You know why nobody's angry? Because he saved a bunch of other Jews from being killed. And you know how we know you're talking smack? Because we have a video of Netanyahu right after the attack saying, was a Muslim guy, by the way. We thank him for it.
We saw an action of a brave man. Turns out a Muslim brave man, and I salute him.
Stop making shit up.
Justify expanding more and more nukes and more war.
These guys
because that's what happens with these events. They will use this. They already tried to immediately. Just like Netanyahu did when Charlie Kirk was assassinated, immediately tried to use it for their own political gain.
Got you. So he started this video. I have no evidence whatsoever that this was a false flag, but whatever, right? Sneeko is literally the biggest shit stir on social media. Him and Nick Fuentes. This guy was clearly a Muslim. His father was clearly a Muslim. We have his ID. We have his affiliation to Pakistan. We know he went to a Muslim preacher, a Muslim school, learned Islam, educated on Islam. But now everybody's going into full effect trying to defend Islam because they carried this attack on the name of Islam, just like the other terrorist attacks that are carried around the world. But now Sneeko's trying to make it into, oh yeah, it's Israel to blame. It's Israel. What does he gain from... Shut up, Sneeko. We're on to you. We've been on to you for a long, long time. And no, nobody's angry that a Muslim guy saved the day.
No.
He didn't actually save the day. He saved a lot more people from getting hurt because 15 Jews were murdered by 2 Islamist terrorists, disgusting Islamist terrorists from Pakistan. And you know what I'm really happy about? That the son, the 24-year-old Muslim guy,
got captured alive,
was arrested and wasn't killed because he was hoping to go to heaven, right? And be with his virgins. But too late for him. He's going to prison. He's going to spend time with his 72 cellmates that are going to do a pretty good job, as we say. Thank you so much for watching this video. I'll see you in the next one.
Trouble. Clip another clip of this one.
More people now, and in the eyes of Allah, than you, because they fight. They fight for Islam.
Any Muslim knows that.
Than you, because they fight. They fight for Islam.
Any Muslim knows that we get blamed. Muslims get blamed. One Muslim does something bad, and all the Muslims get blamed. Let's be consistent. Let's say he is a Muslim shooter.
Because
why are we calling him a Muslim shooter and not an Arab shooter or a brown shooter, wherever he's from? When Tyler Robinson assassinates Charlie Kirk, allegedly, we don't call him a Christian, do we? Do we call Tyler Robinson the Christian shooter?
Tyler Robinson didn't do it for Christian reasons. He did it for ideological reasons. Muslims do it for religious reasons. That's why we call them Islamist terrorists or Muslim terrorists, because they chant Allahu Akbar and the end goal is to promote Islam and scare people. That's why.
Born in Utah, probably grew up in a Christian or Mormon family. No, we call him Tyler Robinson and insist that he's trans. He's a trans libtard. We call him liberal. We don't call him Christian. Why not? Oh, because he didn't believe in Christianity. Okay, let's apply that logic. If that guy did kill a bunch of Jewish people on the first day of Hanukkah, do you think that guy really believed in Islam?
100%, because for him, those innocent people weren't innocent. They were filthy Jews. They were kuffars. They were infidels. Read Surah 9:5. Read that right now and see what it says in the Quran. And tell me that these people are innocent people. BS. Sneeko doesn't know what he's talking about. It's so funny.
Do you think that he was a good practicing Muslim? In fact, he was probably worse at practicing it, obviously worse at Islam than Tyler Robinson was at Christianity.
Oh, no, he was.
Why would he kill these people on the first day of Hanukkah, strategically on a roof, making a big public display, knowing that that's going to be used to demonize Muslims and further the agenda of Israel right now?
What do you mean? Because he's a Muslim and he believes that he will go to heaven if he commits an attack against Jews, because that's striving for Islam. Why did he do it on the first day of Hanukkah? He could have done it on the second day because he knew there was going to be a big Jewish gathering on Bondi Beach where he can just snipe them like ducks. That's why.
What kind of idiot would do that publicly?
An Islamist idiot.
On the first day of Hanukkah.
Not very many smart Islamists out there, unfortunately. A lot of them are inbred. And their IQs are lower than room temperature. A lot of them.
Knowing that they will use that event to justify more support and more money to Israel. He's not that stupid.
I can make the same claim for why would a Muslim person do the London Bridge bombings out in the open if he would know that it would make Islam look bad? Why would the Nice ramming terrorist, Muslim by the way, commit this attack out in the open if he knew this was going to villainize Islam? Because that's the ideology.
Mm-hmm.
Their imams preached about this. Killing kuffars is a blessed thing. And by the way, they are ranked higher in Jannah and in the eyes of Allah than you because they fight. They fight for Islam.
Any Muslim knows that we get blamed. Muslims get blamed. One Muslim does something bad and all the Muslims get blamed. Let's be consistent. Let's say he is a Muslim shooter.
Because
why are we calling him a Muslim shooter and not an Arab shooter or a brown shooter, wherever he's from? When Tyler Robinson assassinates Charlie Kirk, allegedly, we don't call him a Christian, do we? Do we call Tyler Robinson the Christian shooter?
Tyler Robinson didn't do it for Christian reasons. He did it for ideological reasons. Muslims do it for religious reasons. That's why we call them Islamist terrorists or Muslim terrorists, because they chant Allahu Akbar and the end goal is to promote Islam and scare people.
Yep.
That's why.
Born in Utah, probably grew up in a Christian or Mormon family. No, we call him Tyler Robinson and insist that he's trans. He's a trans libtard. We call him liberal. We don't call him Christian. Why not? Oh, because he didn't believe in Christianity. Okay, let's apply that logic. If that guy did kill a bunch of Jewish people on the first day of Hanukkah, do you think that guy really believed in Islam?
100%, because for him, those innocent people weren't innocent. They were filthy Jews. They were kuffars. They were infidels. Read Surah 9:5. Read that right now and see what it says in the Quran. And tell me that these people are innocent people.
Yeah.
Bye-bye. If you'd like to watch more of my stuff, please check out my channel down below. If you like what you see, don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel and hit that notification button so you can be notified every time I upload new content. If you'd like to support me and the channel financially, you can do that using Buy Me Coffee or Patreon down in the links below. Also, we now have a Discord that you can join down in the link below. And now you can become a YouTube member and enjoy specific YouTube perks. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
President Trump says he's classifying fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. He made the announcement today during a ceremony to present service members with the Mexican Border Defense Medal.
That's why today I'm taking one more step to protect Americans from the scourge of deadly fentanyl flooding into our country. With this historic executive order I will sign today, we're formally classifying fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction, which is what it is.
Yeah.
No bomb does what this is doing.
The president also said his administration has seized millions of pills over the last 2 months, and he says that America's adversaries are, quote, trafficking fentanyl into the United States in part because they want to kill Americans, end quote.
They're cool. Crazy. Him to do it, though. This has been going on for years. Ninja Hanzo.
But this individual went to a specific classroom that was essentially in a study session for an exam on economics and chose that classroom. And we know from a witness inside that this gunman yelled something. We don't know what this individual yelled and then began shooting.
Like, subscribe to the channel, hit the bells, get notifications. Anytime I go live, I make a video. Make sure you still subscribe to this channel, like this video, comment on this video, share this video. Let's get into this. let's get into this. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk about the Brown shooting, which is incredibly troubling. You know, and the weird thing is that I want people to understand. I think this was incredibly, I won't say incredibly targeted. That's a ignorant way to say it, but this was a targeted incident. When you have a person allegedly driving probably over 1,000 miles or so to get to this location, specifically to go into a specific classroom on a Saturday. Normally, colleges aren't hosting anything on Saturdays. So this individual, whom they haven't caught yet, they thought they had a suspect, wasn't the suspect. This individual knew exactly what classroom, knew exactly what was going on in the classroom, and knew that it was something going on a Saturday. To me, that's either a person who's been wronged or felt like that they have been wronged, being a part of this school, a part of this classroom. They had somebody was in love with, they got broken up with. I don't know what the case may be, but it seemed like a person had their eye on this particular classroom. Now, one of the things that have come out right now that's very troubling is the fact that they haven't found the suspect. I think that's probably incredibly troubling because if they haven't found a suspect, that means the person could have the potential to go and do this at other places. Or if the person went in to kill a certain person or kill as many people as possible, or whatever the case may be, they're at large right now to finish the job, right? I mean, kids are going to be terrified to go back to school because the person may return back to finish what he started. And the reason I say he, because 9 times out of 10, it's a man. Women typically don't do stuff like this in this fashion. But let's get to some of the news clips that's out there. I think one of the clips that I want to showcase was the clip of them not releasing the guy that they originally had in custody, illustrating that there is nobody in custody at this point. So let's roll that clip. I think it's clip 302. Let's roll 302.
That the person of interest that they have now released is not the person in this video, the video that's been seen all around the world, showing a person leaving the scene of the shooting on Saturday afternoon. The AG said while there was some evidence that justified detaining this person, recent evidence and lab testing from the scene is pointing them in a different direction. Providence's mayor, Brett Smiley, says even though the murderer is still on the loose, they are not reinstating a shelter-in-place order that was lifted just before 6 a.m. yesterday and are now instead increasing the police presence.
We will be releasing the person of interest who had been detained earlier today. We know that this is likely to cause fresh anxiety for our community. And we want to reiterate what we said earlier, which remains true, which is ever since the initial call, now a day and a half ago, we have not received any credible or specific threats to the Providence community.
Now, the chief of police here in Providence says a tip led them to the now released person of interest, reportedly a 24-year-old man from Wisconsin. The FBI helped locate him at a hotel 20 miles south of Brown University in Coventry, Rhode Island, where he was detained on Sunday morning. Investigators also admit this video of the person of interest is the best video they have of the potential gunman. They don't have video of the gunman's face. The AG says there was not a lot of cameras inside the engineering building where the shooting took place because it's an old building. Meanwhile, the community here holding a vigil for the 2 students killed and 9 others wounded in Saturday's shooting.
All right, let me go to Grand Dot News real quick. I want you guys to see this because if you are considering being informed on the topic, you need to go to Grand Dot News because Grand Dot News can show you from the left side, from the center, from the right side of the content, what people are saying. It appears to me that when researching this, it's over 246 articles, that majority of the right, the center, and left is saying the same thing. When it comes to tragic events like this, most of the time they try to stay nonpartisan and project the truth. Because this guy did not use an AR-15, allegedly. He did not use an AR-15. It looked like he used a handgun. The naysayers and the leftists aren't talking about gun control as much as they normally talk about. But I want you to go on and visit, if you haven't, Ground Out News. If you can see, I have the Vantage plan, which everything is covered under the Vantage plan, meaning you get access to all of the options here, meaning you can see what outlets are doing what, how many articles are being written by the left, the right, the center. You can go on and see the factuality, the ownership, you name it. You can click, if you want to look at Rhode Island politics, if you want to look at U.S. crime, policing, all of those things you can click so you can stay up and informed from every perspective. And this is why I love Ground Out News, because it gives you the raw and uncut, filtered through every single outlet that's promoting the content. So go to ground.news/Tatum, ground.news/Tatum, and I think you get about 40% off the Vantage plan, which is the plan that I use, and we're going to go from there. Now, let me add something here. You know, after somebody goes and shoots up the school, now they want to increase police presence. I do not effing stand. Like I want to cuss. I don't understand why we can't be proactive. Hire more police proactively, and therefore they're on campus protecting these students year round. Hire private security. Whatever you have to do, you should have enough security to deter people from coming on campus and doing this. The reason that you see people going to schools and doing this is because it's a gun-free zone. That means there's nobody there.
Nobody's going to count.
That means there's nobody that's going to stop them from going and shooting up everybody. And I think it's pretty clear that that's what's going on. There's a couple other things that has gone on in the news that I want to point out. Young lady, I think her name was Ella. I could be wrong, but she was a conservative Christian young lady. There was a church service, I guess, honoring her. I want to play the clip real quick of her because it was very sad. It's another young man that was identified as one who had gotten killed. Multiple people killed, even more injured. I think it was 2 that was identified as being killed, and I think it was like 9 others. But this is the young lady. I want to just play this little clip to honor her because it's very unfortunate that she lost her life. I'm not sure if the shooter was targeting her specifically and the other person, or he was just spraying and praying and only got a chance to get to these 2 as far as killing somebody. I wrote a clip.
I want to share a word with you before we sing and before you hear the name in our prayers. It's a tremendous heaviness that is upon our congregation today. Many of you heard about the tragedy which happened at Brown University, the shootings which took place, and a number of young people who died. And sadly, tragically, one of those people is one of our parishioners. Ella Cook was one of those. Richard and Anna Cook's daughter, Hooker, and Mary Hamner's sister was one of those. And for those of you who knew her, who know her, she was a just incredibly grounded and generous and faithful and bright light, both here at the Advent over many years as she was engaged and involved in our worship and our community, and as she served here at the church and in the wider community. In all sincerity, just a tremendous Ella, a tremendous and bright light in there at Brown University as well. In the time that she was there, was such a light and such a witness.
All right. I just wanted to play this little clip for him, but just to honor her a little bit because I think it's very sad. That's somebody's daughter. It's insane that families have to go through this, man. As a father, I could not imagine my child getting killed on something stupid like this on campus. Just going there trying to get an education. I want to play a couple of the video footage clips of what they report as new camera angles because they don't have the suspect at this point. We don't have a clear motive. The original video footage that they showed us was kind of inconclusive, right? You can't deduce anything from that. But they have some new footage that they want to show, and I want to play this because if anybody knows this person or know of this person or have any tips, please contact the local government there at Brown University. You can do the university police, anybody that has jurisdiction to investigate, please contact them. I wrote a clip.
This is the first video that we're showing you. This is the individual walking. It's on the sidewalk of Benevolent. And this is prior to the incident. Here we go again with is this video too, Mike? Again, you see him walking. Move on to the third video. These are some photos of this individual. And they will all be time-stamped. last photo.
Now, let me explain the reason why they show these what appear to be ridiculous videos. One of the reasons is because whether you recognize it or not, someone who knows this person may recognize that person. Because if you don't know him, looking at a grainy picture of somebody is like, pointless to you. But if you know this person, meaning it's your child, just like the Tyler Robinson's family recognized him from a video that none of us knew. The thing is that when people know you, they know the way you walk, they know your posture, your build, they know the way your facial structure is, they know the type of clothes you wear. And this is the reason why they post videos like this, because it may seem insignificant to somebody who absolutely don't know the guy, like us. But somebody who know them, there's key things: the way people stand, the way people walk, their gait, the way people, the type of clothes they wear, the way they wear their clothes. All of that could be indicators for somebody that's like, that's Kevin. Kevin walk like that. Kevin stands like that. Just a weird way that he walk, with his back straight like that. It can be little clues like that that inform the public if you know the person. These videos are not put out there for you to find the person. The videos are put out there in case somebody knows the person and can identify them based on those principles. Now, the people in the media has gotten a tremendous amount of backlash. When I say people in the media, I mean the school's president, the chief of police, and then also Chuck Schumer. He's gotten backlash. I want to play those 3 clips so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. And I want to interpret the frustration that people may feel based on the way these people are responding. Let's start with the president, because she got grilled. Roll the clip.
President, with all due respect, 6 hours after the shooting, and you said you don't know what was going on in that classroom. How does that happen? Were they taking an exam? Were they meeting for a club?
I don't know. I don't know.
6 hours later, and you're the president, and you don't know.
I do not know.
Well, that's kind of concerning.
Well, so there's two ways to look at that, right? The president of a university, knowing exactly what's going on and look like a student-led function, meaning it was supposed to be a review. Like I think one of the students was holding a review for tests. It's not scheduled. It's not on a syllabi. So the president may have no idea that this is going on or what the details of the class is, because it's not even on the record, potentially. And so I can understand that, but I can also understand the frustration because it appeared that there's a level of insouciance, which means that the president doesn't seem to care enough to look this up. The president doesn't care enough to want to be briefed on exactly what the heck is going on. And some of these people are more apt to say, I don't really care. I'm going to let the investigators do their job. There's others who say, I do care because these were students at my university and I want to get to the bottom of it or know as much information as I can. Now, the police chief took his licks too. We can go to that clip. I think it's clip 304. Roll that clip.
It's about the process. The most common question I've gotten for the last 24 hours, it revolves around the fact that Brown University is the most camera-ridden, most responsive piece of real estate in Rhode Island, and yet there seems to be little or no video evidence outside of that clip. Respecting the investigation, is there a lot more video that we're just not able to see yet because of the ongoing investigation, or is there simply no video?
So what we shared with you the other day is what we have that we could share, and then we'll continue to, again, we're continuing to collect evidence. As we speak, we have detectives out there trying to continue to find. So I don't want to tell you that there's no more video because we might find something within the next few minutes. So yes, it's possible, but what we gave you the other day is what we have. Go ahead.
Colonel, if you wouldn't mind.
So let me explain this from a police perspective. There's a few things going on here, right? You don't want to divulge, and then we got to get the ground news. You don't want to divulge too much information, right? You don't want to throw out everything, and you want the suspect to know you got him. So there's times where they don't want to release everything to the public because they don't want the suspect to know we got evidence. They want to throw a little bit out there, right? And then the suspect is looking at what you see on TV and say, oh, they have nothing on me. They got these little grainy, they'll never find me. When in actuality, they could have a lot more evidence, and they're not going to present that to the public. I want people to understand that. They did that in the Idaho thing, and I told y'all that. I said they got way more information. They just don't want to disclose some of that stuff to the public. So in this situation, this could be the case where you don't need to get so frustrated with them because there are other items of investigatory information that they may actually have that they're not going to disseminate and disclose. Y'all have to understand, and I want you guys that watch me to be informed on this, is the investigation is not about you. There's a small obligation for the investigators to disclose to the public what's going on for public interest. But at the end of the day, they have no obligation to you. They're trying to investigate a crime. They're trying to prosecute people. And they want people to go to prison for these heinous crimes that they're doing. They're not sitting around trying to make sure that you're currently informed on the investigation. That's not their job. And to be honest, they shouldn't put a lot of stuff in the public. Now, when they have the suspect in custody, they can release a little more information. But you do not want to taint a jury pool or have any mishaps because your whole case get thrown out and the killer will go scot-free. And then y'all be mad at them for messing up the case.
Ladies and gentlemen, right this very moment, all of us are witnessing an absolutely grotesque attempted cover-up, but today we're going to be exposing all of it. Now, as you might have heard, right around 50 hours ago, there was a mass casualty incident, as the left-wing media is calling it, at Brown University in Providence, Rhode Island. This incident regrettably leaving 2 people without their lives and another 9 people injured. But very curiously, those in charge of the investigation seem to be doing everything they can to drag their feet and effectively accomplish nothing. And now, this is where things get interesting, because any reasonable person would ask the question, why might they be doing that? Well, late last night, one of the victims who unfortunately lost their life has been identified as 19-year-old Ella Cook, vice president of the Brown University Republican Club. Now, folks, right around 12,000 students are currently enrolled at Brown University, and out of those 12,000 students, only 92 identify as conservative. That's 0.8%. And then Ella Cook was just one out of those 92, the vice president, and she was the victim. Folks, that's one hell of a coincidence, which is, by the way, exactly what the left-wing media is telling us to believe right now. That all of this is just one big, massive coincidence. But you know what? Things actually get even weirder. Take a look. Around 12 hours after the incident took place, a suspect was taken into custody, at which point the suspect's identity was announced to all of us around the country. Now, that suspect who you're currently looking at, as we were told, was 24-year-old Ben Erickson, Brown University student who seems to be a member of the far left. And I say that because according to his own LinkedIn page, suspect Ben Erickson is interested in social action, gender equity, and refugee and migrant support. Interests that are a little bit more typical of those on the far left as opposed to the center or the right. But okay, well, case closed, right? Well, no, because they actually just released Mr. Erickson saying that they got the wrong guy. Take a look.
The person of interest in the Brown University shooting has just been released, turning the case back into a manhunt.
And Brian Yanis joins us live there with the very latest. Brian, this happened late last night. They had someone that they thought was a person of interest, but they have to let him go if they don't have enough evidence, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Good morning. A stunning turn of events here at Brown University when authorities last night at about 11:30 at night held that press conference and told the world that they had the wrong guy and are now looking for a person of interest, the gunman responsible for killing 2 students and wounding 9 other students at the engineering and physics building behind me.
So folks, there you have it. The primary suspect has now been released, which means the manhunt is back underway. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as of recording this video, approximately 50 hours have gone by since the Brown University incident took place, over 2 days. And now, for the record, Brown University has over 800 individual security cameras spread out across its campus, but still 0 of that university security footage has been released to the public. What they have released, however, is a 15-second video clip from a street side camera that was actually re-recorded on someone's cell phone in which we can't even see the suspect's face or skin color or really anything else for that matter. So pardon me for saying this, but yeah, it almost seems like there's a little bit of a cover-up here. But you know what? This entire situation gets even worse, because late last night, the Rhode Island State Attorney General actually spoke about all of this, and I think all of you are going to want to hear what he had to say. But first, I do want to say real fast that if you folks enjoy the daily news updates, please consider subscribing to the channel because it really does help a ton. But okay, check this out.
It led to us detaining a person of interest. And so those words and how we choose those words when we're talking about an investigation matter. And what it means here is that certainly there was some degree of evidence that pointed to this individual, but that evidence needed to be corroborated and confirmed. And over the last 24 hours, leading into just very, very recently, that evidence now points in a different direction. So what that means is that this person of interest needs to be and should be released.
So just to make this very clear, they did have evidence suggesting that the perpetrator was primary suspect Ben Erickson, but then they got different evidence suggesting that the perpetrator was someone else. I'm sorry, but what? Why did they initially think that it was Ben Erickson? What did that evidence look like? Well, you know what? Maybe it had something to do with this. What you're looking at is a report from almost exactly a month ago, before any of this had happened, in which the Brown University conservatives had said that they were in fear of expressing their beliefs on campus. So that is to say, this has been a known problem. This entire situation could have been entirely avoided if Brown University had actually listened to these conservative students. But you know what's perhaps most haunting about all of this? In all likelihood, as vice president of the Brown University conservatives, Ella Cook was probably one of the individuals that was personally raising these concerns to the university. But she was ignored, and so now her life has been robbed by yet another violent, far-left radical. Now, folks, as it relates to Ella Cook, I've got something else that I think all of you are going to want to take a look at. You see, an inside source has actually come forward and given some additional information as it pertains to what's really going on here. Take a look. As an individual who was close to Ella Cook reported, she was a leader in the only conservative group on campus which had 15 members, 19-year-old from Birmingham, Alabama. Providence Police Department called the family late last night and informed them that they believe the attack was targeted. The girl was a conservative Christian and a leader in one of the only right-wing groups allowed on campus. They only had 20 members. It was her and her conservative and moderate friend group studying for exams. The killer entered with a plan, looked for her, and then shot her in the face. And so, folks, that right there is exactly why they don't want any of us to have all the information. As you all know, for months now, the Democrats have been deliberately and intentionally inciting their far-left base to carry out violent attacks against President Trump and all of his supporters. And of course, they've been doing this by repeating the mantra time and time again that President Trump and all of his supporters are fascists, they're threats to democracy, and that they need to be stopped at all costs. And so, as a direct consequence of all of that violence-inducing rhetoric coming from the left, we've recently seen not one but two attempts to take out President Trump. They, regrettably, successfully took out Charlie Kirk. We've also seen a drastic 1,800% increase in violent attacks against ICE officers just trying to do their job nationwide. And now we are seeing young conservative student leaders get targeted and gunned down in their university classrooms. And oh yeah, what's been the response from the right to all of this? Absolutely nothing. There's been no massive national crackdown on far-left terror groups. There have been no major arrests of the left-wing politicians and commentators that have been deliberately instigating all of this. And all of the foreign NGO money that's been paying for all of this is still to this very day pouring into the country. So folks, I'll tell you what, here's the reality. If we want all of this far-left violence to come to a stop, we need action now. We need to see a shock and awe campaign aimed at holding all of these people criminally accountable immediately. Because the reality is, the far left is only behaving this way because they're not afraid. They know that they're not going to get held accountable. Right now, the Republicans have control of the House, the Senate, and the White House, but still, effectively, nothing is happening. So I don't know about all of you, but as far as I'm personally concerned, I think it's about time that the Trump administration proves all of these radical leftists wrong. So here's my personal message to President Trump. Institute a crackdown the likes of which this country has never seen. Because I'll tell you what, that is what it's going to take to actually put America first.
Yeah, I think he's right. Martial law.
Welcome to the video, everybody. Today we're diving into the biggest case of the military blue balls since the Cold War. I'm talking about the Caribbean and Venezuela. On December 13th through 14th, the U.S. Navy's FA-18E Super Hornets teamed up with EA-18G Growlers, and they were doing patrols near Aruba and Curacao, just off of Venezuela's coast. There's posts on X that are screaming about radar interference actually happening in Caracas. Could that be tied to that Growler's electronic warfare gear? Well, I'm no genius, but the EA-18G is built for electronic warfare, so we'll get into what it was doing, what kind of effects it could have had, and what kind of information it was collecting. That's probably the biggest part. But this wasn't just a routine flyby, it's a power move in a tense geopolitical chess game that we've seen play out over the last few months. So stick around because we're going to break down the jets themselves, the EA-18Gs, the tech, Venezuela's defenses against them, and then we'll go with two hypothetical scenarios that could light this powder keg involving the EA-18G Growler. So let's start with the stars of the show, the FA-18E Super Hornet and the EA-18G Growler, and why they were teamed up together. The Super Hornet is a multi-role fighter built by Boeing, flying since 1995 with IOC, Initial Operational Capability, for all you acronym lovers out there. In 2001, it's a two-seat variant that has the ability to be two-seat, but the EA-18E is a single-seat air superiority. The FA-18F, dual-seat. EA-18G, dual-seat as well, for its electronic warfare mission. It's got a 44-foot wingspan, it's about 60 feet long, and it's powered by two General Electric F414GE turbofans. Each of those pump out 22,000 pounds of thrust with afterburner. Top speed, no big deal. Mach 1.8 or about 1,200 miles per hour at 40,000 feet, and its range is roughly 1,200 miles with external tanks as part of that configuration. It's got a quadruplex. If, duplex wasn't enough, just go quadruplex. Digital fly-by-wire system, meaning it can take a hit, potentially even on one of the wings, and then the other wing will work perfectly fine. So that is a huge redundancy when it comes to combat. That's very important. It's also got the AN APG-79, which is an ASA, active electronically scanned array, acronym number 2, that can see targets at about 100 nautical miles away, whether they're on the air or in the ground, which is very important. The EA-18G Growler is the Super Hornet's electronic warfare cousin. If it wasn't cool enough being an air superiority fighter, we're going to go ahead and make you the biggest, baddest electronic warfare beast on the planet, basically. And that's what the EA-18G Growler is here for. It's swapped with the 20mm cannon for an AN/ALQ-218 receiver, so it doesn't have the cannon on it, unfortunately, the one downside. And it carries an AN/ALQ-99, or even a newer version of that, an AN/ALQ-249. That's a fancy way of just saying we're going to jam your face off, and by the end of this, you're going to melt into a puddle of goo because so much directed radar energy is going to be pumped into you. That's the technical term behind those jamming pods. Those pods let it detect and jam enemy radars across a very wide spectrum. It's got the same engine, same speed as the other Hornets, but it's built to blind defenses and collect very sensitive information, not necessarily dogfight, even though, it could if you had to. Both of those jets are operating from the USS Gerald R. Ford, which is in the Caribbean right now, so it makes sense that these were flying missions just yesterday, and these aren't just planes. They're the Swiss Army knife of fighter jets. The Super Hornet's also a weapons truck. It's got 11 hardpoints. It can carry AIM-9Xs, AIM-120 AMRAAMs, and also AGM-88 HARMs. Those are high-speed anti-radiation missiles that can kill radars, so interesting. So the EA-18G is out there sniffing and seeing what radars turn on, and each Hornet can also carry an AGM-88 HARM. No, it's just a coincidence. Yeah, that little HARM, don't worry about that little guy. They can also carry the JSOW, which is a joint standoff weapon. That's 3 delicious acronyms for you. Those are for ground strikes. So those can be launched from dozens of miles away, go out, tap the target, and it keeps the Hornet out of threat zones more than traditional like JDAMs would do. And then it can also feed that information to the joint helmet mounted cueing system, and that is what's called a look and shoot capability, being able to look at something, designate it, lock onto it, and shoot, all from your hands on stick and throttle setup, and from seeing it all in your Jahamix helmet, and you tie it all into the Link 16, so all the Hornets are all talking to each other, and you've really got a formidable force to go out there and crush it. And with the USS Ford, it's only F-18s as far as its fighter force goes. It doesn't have the F-35s yet. Might be updated eventually, but that is a large update. So they have the F-18E, F, and the G. So this system is really built to get the EA-18G into combat, and it looks like it's kind of leading the charge at this point. But let's talk a little bit more about those weapons, specifically the AGM-88 HARM. That is built to go out and strike enemy radars that are turning on, trying to light up the Hornets and shoot them out of the sky. So before any air operation goes down, you have to have that intel. You have to know what's going to turn on at what times and what jets they could actually target, because maybe some of those systems are built to target high value targets like a B-52, B-1, RC-135, and maybe some of them are built for fighters. So you have to know what is what and what you need to take out first. That's one of the biggest things when it comes to ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance of any war zone and any area that you're potentially planning strikes. And like we've heard before, land strikes are likely coming to Venezuela. We've heard that foot stomped a couple different times from the administration, so it's not surprising me that it's escalating to the point of needing the EA-18G Growler. But what would that EA-18G Growler be doing out there? Well, thanks to Russia, Venezuela's air defenses are no joke, especially around Caracas and key oil sites. They've got S-300 VM SAMs. Those are surface-to-air missiles with a 120 nautical mile range, Buck M2E medium-range systems, and Pantier S-1 for close-in protection. All that basically means they've got a layered defense that's built for long, medium, and short range. They've also got that Sukhoi Su-30 Mk2. If those can get airborne, they could be a formidable threat to the F-18 if their pilots actually have training with their R-77 missile. That could actually challenge U.S. jets as far as the range, comparable to the AMRAAM likely, but then all the ground radars in Venezuela tie everything together and create what's called an IADS, an integrated air defense system. You know I got to keep these acronyms coming at you, but basically that means that all corners and all quadrants of an area that they're trying to protect is covered by something. So long range, medium range, short range, it's all integrated into an air defense system that all is supposed to talk to each other, in a perfect scenario if the system has been set up well. The quality of the IADs, we don't know, because Russia, we don't know how they integrated them. We know that they have the systems themselves, but if it's a one-off system that isn't talking to anything else, it's not going to have the capability of a system that's integrated like a big mesh missile network that can all talk to each other and then sling missiles coordinated, knowing which section should shoot the missiles, which section shouldn't, when that jet is going to come in from the outer to the middle to the inner layers. That's what the IADS does. And that's a very complicated, complex thing to do, and it takes a lot of money. So whether Maduro, president of Venezuela, is actually doing that, I would be kind of shocked if a lot of that money was going in to create a very solid net, because if you look, their military basically uses Flight Radar 24. Yeah, that's not a joke. That's what their head of their military was using during a top-level meeting with the highest brass in Venezuela. They're sitting there just watching Flight Radar 24. I feel like it's a version of Take Your Kids to Work Day, where that top general is like, hey kids, look at Flight Radar 24. And all the generals are like, nom, 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 yes, we have intel. But the U.S. has been probing these defenses since September with B-52s, B-1s, RC-135s, and now these EA-18G Growlers coming in close. So if Caracas miscalculates, their IADs could crumble under a Growler-led strike. And again, if they haven't set up their IADs perfectly, this is going to be the wake-up call that nobody wants to answer, and Maduro is going to be the person on the end of that phone line. But let's do a few hypothetical situations with the Growler involved. So let's say the tensions just keep boiling and we just keep going. The situation gets hotter and hotter, as we've seen it happen over the last few months. But U.S. gets intel that Venezuela is loading a sanctioned oil tanker with drones for a narco terror group as kind of their big middle finger to the U.S. So then U.S. Southern Command would greenlight a strike. 2 FA-18Fs and 2 Growlers launched from the Gerald R. Ford 200 miles off the coast of Aruba. The Growler, call sign Grizzly 1, orbits at 30,000 feet, blasting their NGJMB jamming pod at Venezuelan radars near Maracaibo. The S-300s in that area go blind. Their screens basically turn into snow, and the Super Hornets now roll in. Rhino 1-1 and 1-2. They roll into 15,000 feet, and they each sling AGM-88 harms. They ripple them off, and they scream toward a Buck M2 site, which is a radar that is trying to detect aircraft, and they blow it up and turn it to scrap. They also take out the Flight Radar 22 receivers that are their highly secretive intelligence for the Venezuelan Air Force. The Hornets then release JSOWs, which smack into the tanker before it can even leave the dock. A pair of Su-30s scramble from Caracas, but the Growler spoofs their radar, painting fake targets 50 nautical miles away. The Su-30s are basically flying blind in the wrong direction, and then the EA-18Gs and the F-18Fs turn around and land on the Ford, ready to enact that mission the next day if needed. For the next situation, let's say Venezuela has had enough. At this point, they just throw their arms up and say, we're done, and after another U.S. flyby, they decide to flex a Pantsir S-1 battery near Caraco, and it locks onto a patrolling Growler. Grizzly 2, flying 20 nautical miles off the coast. That's the name of the Growler. The Growler's AN/ALQ-218 picks up the radar spike and auto-jams it, blanking the Pantsir's screen. 2 Super Hornets, Rhino 1-3 and 1-4, are 50 nautical miles away. They're escorting an E-2 Hawkeye. That's that airborne early warning center for the Navy that can also blast off the carrier. Highly capable. The Hornets go weapons hot, each of them launching a HARM missile at the Pantsir's radar signature 15 miles away. The missiles hit, they silence the entire battery, but Venezuelan Su-30s sneak through the jamming and they launch 2 R-77s at Rhino 1-3. The Hornets use countermeasures and evasive tactics to dodge the missiles, but it's not over yet. With that hostile act, now the Rhinos can actually take down the Su-30s. So as they're in close, the Rhinos unleash AIM-9Xs flying directly towards the Su-30s. The Su-30s don't even know what's coming, but they happen to get off a couple flares. But the AIM-9X, having flare rejection capability, just sees those things as spoofers and completely disregards the flares and smacks into the Su-30s, and those Su-30s fall into the ocean that are now fish food. The F-18s return to base, and they're ready to do it again and again and again. That's likely how these two situations would go down. So there you go, guys. The FA-18E, the F, and the EA-18G Growler, they're not just flexing now near Aruba, especially with the EA-18G Growlers on scene. They're sending a direct message to Caracas that we are building a targeting package knowing exactly where all of your top-tier assets are, and we can make them go away with the flick of a switch. This is top-tier tech that's embedded in the EA-18G with that electronic warfare, and they're basically ready to kneecap Venezuela's Russian-supplied defenses. These jets are game changers in the Caribbean, and now we see them actually using their number one talent to be very dialed in and tuned in to take out the IADs of Venezuela. So this is a level that the EA-18G Growler is made for. It's what they're built for, and they're doing it on the daily. So I'll keep you guys posted as this develops. What do you guys think about this developing situation, this massive case of military blue balls in the Caribbean? Would love to hear what you think. Go ahead and leave your comments below. Let me know what you think about the EA-18G Growler as well and how it might be used in this conflict. Would love to hear that. Follow me on X, follow me on Instagram. Just come on over, say hi over there. And then if you would, just watch this video right here. When you watch this video right here, it helps the channel grow exponentially, and I would greatly appreciate it. So I'll see you on this video right here. This is Ryan.
Back in the game. Yeah, they are.
Brown University, Mr. President. Do you know what the motive of the shooter was? Is it was
No,
it
we
a
don't.
targeted
No,
attack?
it's that's moving along now, and we don't. And we're going to see what happens. Hopefully, they're going to capture this animal. Hopefully, they're going to capture it.
Has Kash Patel told you why it's been so difficult for the FBI to identify who the shooter is?
Well, it's always difficult. So far, we've done a very good job of doing it. With Charlie, with the various times this has happened, they've done it in pretty much record time. But you really have to ask the school a little bit more about that, because this was a school problem. They had their own guards, they had their own police, they had their own everything. But you'd have to ask that question really to the school, not to the FBI. We came in after the fact. And the FBI will do a good job, but they came in after the fact.
Do you know if it was targeted, Mr. President?
No, they don't know that yet, no.
Sir, on the issue of drugs, is it accurate that you are considering an executive order to reclassify marijuana under the control?
We are considering that, yeah.
Are you planning?
Because a lot of people want to see it, the reclassification, because it leads to tremendous amounts of research that can't be done unless you reclassify. So we are looking at that very strongly.
Mr. President?
Mr. President,
Katie?
is it true that the reports that you rebuked the Israeli Prime Minister are the reports that you rebuked the Israeli Prime Minister for the hit on the Hamas general true? And is Israel undermining your efforts to be a peacemaker?
No, Israel and I have gotten along very well. My relationship with Bibi Netanyahu has been obviously a very good one. Look, we took out Iran. We wiped out, with that plane right there, we wiped out the B-2 bomber, we wiped out the Iran nuclear threat, and because of that, we were able to make peace in the Middle East. No, we've had a very good relationship with Israel. We actually have a very good relationship with just about everybody in the Middle East.
But was that a violation of the ceasefire, the strike on the Hamas general?
We're going to have to see. We're looking into that. Yeah, we're looking into it.
On the Syria ambush of U.S. forces, do you still have confidence in the Syrian president?
I do. I mean, this had nothing to do with him. This is a part of Syria that they really don't have much control over. And it was a surprise. He feels very badly about it. He's working on it. He's a strong man. And no, this had nothing to do with the Syrian government. This had to do with ISIS.
What will the U.S. response be?
As a response, they'll be hit hard. Yeah.
Javier Negre, Real America's Voice en español. First of all, thanks for honoring these heroes. The communists have lost Chile. The pro-Trump candidate, José Antonio Caz, won the elections. Do you think this right-wing wave in the Spanish world is due to your influence?
Well, we just had a good one in Honduras, as you know. Had a great election there. I endorsed somebody that was not leading, and he won the election. And we had a good one just a little couple of hours ago. I found out in Chile, the person I endorsed, who was not leading, ended up winning quite easily. So I look forward to paying my respects to him. I hear he's a very good person. Yeah.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. This year you fired Democrats from a number of federal agencies, and now going into 2026, there are some key regulators like the SEC, the CFTC that are going to have 0 Democrats. Do you plan to appoint Democrats to fill those empty spots, or do you think that federal agencies shouldn't have Democrat commissioners?
Well, do you think they would be appointing Republicans if it were up to them? So, we'll look at it. Look, we want to be fair, but typically they're not appointing Republicans. So you're asking me the question whether or not I'd appoint Democrats. But there are certain areas that we do look at, and there are certain areas that we do share power. And I'm open to that, please.
Mr. President, a number of Republicans have denounced your statement on Truth Social after the murder of Rob Reiner. Do you stand by that post?
Well, I wasn't a fan of his at all. He was a deranged person as far as Trump is concerned. He said he knew it was false. In fact, it's the exact opposite, that I was a friend of Russia, controlled by Russia. It was the Russia hoax. He was one of the people behind it. I think he hurt himself in career-wise. He became like a deranged person, Trump derangement syndrome. So I was not a fan of Rob Reiner at all in any way, shape, or form. I thought he was very bad for our country. Yeah.
Blue slips, Mr. President. Leader Thune doesn't seem like he wants to get rid of blue slips. Will there be consequences for the Senate if they?
Well, I think they should get rid of blue slips because as a Republican president, I am unable to put anybody in office having to do with U.S. attorneys or having to do with judges. In other words, if you have one, not two, you don't need two, just one. If you have one Democrat senator, where we have a lot of them, you have one Democrat senator in a state, it is not possible to appoint, because of blue slips, a judge. It's not possible to appoint a U.S. attorney. You see that happening. And I think it's a disgrace. I think blue slips are a disgrace. They've long since they should not be relevant anymore. This is a different world than it was 15, 20 years ago. That was a gentleman and gentlewoman world. This is a little bit different, unfortunately. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, what do you want to see Congress do this week as it relates to health care and the expiring ACA?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'd like to see the people get the money. I'd like to see all of the money that's going to the Democrat insurance companies. The insurance companies are making a fortune. They're up 1,700% and more. And they're taking in hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars, even trillions of dollars. And Obamacare gives you terrible health care. Just so you understand, Obamacare was set up, and I said it right from the beginning, for the benefit of the health insurance companies, of the insurance companies. They're making billions and billions of dollars. Their stock is through the roof. I don't want to give them anything. I want all money going to the people and let the people buy their own health care. It'll be unbelievable. They'll do a great job. They'll get much better health care at a much lower cost.
Would you like Republicans next year to just use reconciliation to do with health care exactly what you laid out, and they wouldn't have to worry about Democratic votes?
Well, that or knock out the filibuster. If you knocked out the filibuster, it would all go away. But we have a few people that wouldn't do that. It's crazy. Look, we should knock out the filibuster. And if you did that, we'd get voter ID.
That's annoying.
You'd have no mail-in voting, all things that make our elections dishonest. And you'd get a lot of other things having not even to do with voting. But Republicans should knock out the filibuster, and we should approve a lot of things. You wouldn't have January 30th looming because, you have the 30th of January looming.
Yeah, they could shut down the government again.
Right? And if we knocked out the filibuster, it would be just a simple approval. But you have some Republicans, they're unable to explain why. If you ask them why, they're unable to explain it. They cannot win the debate. but they should knock out the filibuster. And frankly, they should get rid of the blue slips too, yeah.
Mr. President, the Democrats won Miami where you won the election 1 year ago. Do you think it's because of the Hispanic media like Telemundo that are publishing fake news about the ICE operations? How do you plan to win back those votes for midterms?
Yeah, well, I won that whole election. And, you know, it's interesting. When I'm not running, we don't do as well. And I'm going to try and get that changed for the midterms. But we did have a big win in Tennessee, as you know. Matt Van Epps had a big win in Tennessee against a very strong candidate, attractive candidate, who a lot of people thought would do very well, and Matt won by a lot. And I won Tennessee by a real lot. You know, we had a great election. We won every single swing state. We won the popular vote. We won everything. And there's a thing that they have now, districts, which is a big deal. I think in a way it's the most important stat from the standpoint of, you know, looking at numbers accurately. So out of thousands of districts, I won 2,750 versus 525. Think of that, 2,750 versus 525. It was great. That's why the map, when you see a map of the election, it's all red other than two little narrow lines on the other side, please.
Sir, Jimmy Lai was convicted today in Hong Kong. Do you have any reactions?
I feel so badly. I spoke to President Xi about it, and I asked to consider his release. He's not well. He's an older man, and he's not well. So I did put that request out. We'll see what happens. Okay? Yeah, please, Katie.
Question about Ukraine. Now that the meetings in Berlin have wrapped up with Zelensky, is there a timetable for going to Moscow? Is a delegation going?
Well, I think that the delegation is largely there right now, actually. They're in Europe, and they met with those people that I called out before, the various countries, plus some others. They want to see it end, Katie. They want to see it end. They all, I want to see it end. They want to see it end. I actually think that President Putin wants to see it end. You know, I've had good talks. We've had good talks with Russia. And I think they'd like to get back to a more normal way of life.
Mr. President, follow up there. An Article 5 deal seems to be emerging without NATO membership for Ukraine. If such a security guarantee is offered, what incentive is there for Ukraine to give up any sort of territory?
Well, look, you have, well, they've already lost the territory, you know, to be honest. I mean, the territory is lost. But in terms of security guarantee, we're working with Europe on it. Europe would be a big part of that. And we're working on the security guarantee.
They've lost ground, but they're winning some of it back now. I mean, they have to push
with Thailand
Russia hard
and Cambodia,
tough.
two people I get along with great. And I dealt with them, and I called them, and I said, look, fellas, you got to relax. You got to take it easy. They lost. You know, they started the war again, and I got it ended. And things like that are going to happen, war. There's nothing pretty about war, nothing good, and there's nothing you can do to predict what's going to happen. But I think we've made a lot of progress with respect to Russia and Ukraine, I hope. You know, last month, it was close to 27,000 soldiers were killed, mostly soldiers, but 27,000 people, but mostly soldiers were killed last month in Russia versus Ukraine.
Is there a time limit on security guarantees?
Well, there's no time limit. The time limit is whenever we get it done. I mean, we're going to try to get it done. We're making progress. It's more difficult than anybody could have thought. I would have said that half of the wars that I got settled, some were going for over 30 years, that half of them should have been more difficult, and they actually haven't been. There's a lot of dislike between the two leaders, you know that, and so it probably makes it a little bit tough.
Have you recently spoken directly to Putin? Have you recently spoken directly to Putin?
Yeah, I have.
On Syria, Mr. President, on the U.S. troops killed in Syria over the weekend, why do we have troops in Syria?
Because we're trying to make sure that there's going to be and remain peace in the Middle East, and Syria is a big part of it. The new leader is a strong person, and that's what you need. This is a rough part of the world, and it's been amazing what's taken place in Syria. We got rid of Assad, we got rid of other people that were really bad people and that were in the way of peace in the Middle East. You know, we have legitimate peace in the Middle East, first time in 3,000 years, and we have 59 countries backing it. And we'll see what happens with Hamas. We'll see what happens with Hezbollah. But regardless, I mean, we have
You need
countries
to
that want to go in and
obliterate those two.
clean that out if we want them to do it. But they said, in the case of Hamas, they said that they're going to disarm, and we're going to find out whether or not that's true.
It's not true. They've already passed that
Hezbollah
limit.
in Lebanon has been a problem. We'll see what happens there. But there is legitimate, large-scale peace in the Middle East. And if there weren't, we wouldn't have been able to make all of those deals that we've made with the various countries. They would have never been able to do that. If, for instance, if Iran, if we didn't, with that B-2 bomber right there on the desk, if we didn't, of which we just ordered a lot more of the newer version, totally stealth. They could not see it. They knew it was coming. They had no idea where it was. It was pretty amazing, actually. Every bomb hit its mark perfectly, despite CNN trying to say differently. They didn't know. They just, hoped. They hoped that we didn't, but it turned out that they did. Atomic Energy Commission confirmed it. So did Iran confirm it. They got knocked to hell. But if we didn't knock out their nuclear capability, we would have never had peace in the Middle East, because you would have had a dark cloud hanging over Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, and all the other countries, and they would have never, ever been able to sign an agreement. Yeah, please.
How soon do you expect that international stabilization force to be up and running in Gaza?
I think that it's, in a form, it's already running. In a very strong form, it's already. But it'll get stronger and stronger, and more countries are coming into it. They're already in, but they'll send any number of troops that I ask them to send. They want to see peace. We have more than 59 countries. We have many countries that aren't even in the Middle East, but they're fairly close to the Middle East. They want to be involved. So it's been pretty amazing.
Mr. President, this week a man named Keone Rodriguez is going to federal prison for creating crypto privacy software. The case was started under the Biden administration, but your DOJ kept it going and secured the conviction. A lot of people in crypto are saying that this man should be pardoned. Are you familiar with the case at all, or would you be interested
I've
in
heard
looking
about
at
it. I'll look at it. Why, you think he should be pardoned? Sounds like it. Sounds like, based on your question.
Many people in the
Rodriguez, we'll look at that, Pam. Okay, let's take a look at it. You'll have to tell me. I don't know anything about it, but we'll take a look.
On Friday,
Yeah, please.
Mr. President, market analysts are calling for a Santa rally. Typically, it's 5 trading days going into Christmas. In the first 2 trading days in January, that's a sign of market optimism. Do you anticipate, along with the historical low gas prices, that continuing into the first quarter?
Well, we've had the greatest stock market in history, Brian. We have a stock market that's gone up 52 times to new highs during a 10-month period, my 10 months. My first 10 months, we set a record. 52 days, we had the highest stock market in history, including a day ago. And I didn't look today. Maybe it's up today, I don't know. But we had 52 altogether, and there's never been anything like it. And the reason are the tariffs have brought vast amounts of wealth into our country. That countries that have taken our car companies, those car companies are all coming back. The AI is coming at levels that nobody's ever seen before. That's going to be a massive industry. Without the tariffs, we wouldn't have that. Chips are coming in. Chip companies are coming in from Taiwan and other places, but mostly from Taiwan, which has almost 100% of the market. And we're now making chips, and we're not paying anything. It's not the CHIPS Act where they give billions of dollars to companies and then they just take the money and they run. That was under Biden. The fact that I set tariffs up, and that if they don't make their chips here, they have to pay a big tariff. In order to send them into the U.S., they have to be here. Tariffs really work, in my opinion, almost only in the United States. They've been used against us successfully because we had presidents that had no clue. But tariffs really work. We have taken in hundreds of billions of dollars with tariffs. And more importantly, we've taken in countries and companies where, and even countries have sent their car-making people into the United States in order to avoid paying tariffs. And they'll build a plant and they'll hire our people to make the cars. But we now have, as you know, Toyota just approved $10 billion in manufacturing plants in the United States using our people. Without tariffs, none of that would have happened. Tariffs have given us great national security. There's nothing like what's happened in the last 10 months. Tariffs have given us tremendous national security and tremendous wealth. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
All right, President Trump remarks taking a lot of questions from the media. The whole White House.
Yeah, I'd be scared too.
Simple as that. 20 minutes with 4 policemen there. Nobody gave fire back. Nothing, like they are froze. like for it looked like 20 minutes, like, and they shoot the guy change magazine. I look at him all the time. I was doing my babies under me, and I look at that, and it's just rifle and a pistol, and just shoot.
Like, subscribe to the channel, hit the bells, get notifications. Anytime I go live, I make a video. Make sure you still subscribe to this channel, like this video, comment on this video, share this video. Let's get into this. Keeping on that topic of terrorist attacks, the attack in Australia was absolutely insane. This was the craziest thing ever. And this attack made me more upset than the Brown attack. Why? Because you have police not responding to active shooting for about 20 minutes, according to one of the witnesses. 20 minutes of not doing nothing.
They're there.
And that's because they're wussies with a P. They take the guns from the people, and then the police are wussies because they don't deal with violence like this, and then they let their citizens hang out to dry. They should have been immediate. If you're not going to let the public have guns, there should be an immediate response team of law enforcement officers who actually have mother freaking guns. And this is another example of this jihadist culture. And this is what makes me mad about Tucker Carlson and the rest of these
know the
lunatics,
weaknesses
is that they spend most of their time talking bad about Israel. Israel is the biggest threat to America. Israel is the biggest threat. Show me somebody with a yarmulke on there shooting up stuff in the name of, I don't know, Judea, like in the name of the Torah, in the name of the Talmud. Show me somebody shooting it up in the name of the Talmud. Not there's nobody, they don't exist. You ignorant fools.
It really doesn't.
I get so sick of them saying Israel's the biggest. No, jihadists are the biggest threat to America.
Absolutely.
They're the biggest threat to the world. Because you won't find Jewish people shooting up a Islamic event. Even though it would make sense for them to shoot it up, given the fact they're talking about free Palestine from the river to the sea, that's a direct threat, in my opinion, against Jewish people. And the Jewish people still ain't going out there shooting nothing up. But just the fact that you exist, these leftists, these extremist jihadists will come shoot you up. If you're a homeowner in America, you need to hear this. The FBI has been warning about a new scam on the rise, and it's called title theft. And guess what's at risk? Your equity. Here's how it works. Criminals forge your signature on one document, slap a fake notary stamp on it, file it with the county, and just like that, on paper, they own your home. Once they have that fake ownership, they can pull loans against your equity or even sell your property out from under you. And you won't know a thing until foreclosure or collection letters show up at your mailbox. That's why I partner with Home Title Lock. They protect your equity, and they can tell you today if you're already a victim. Use my code Tatum at HometitleLock.com, and you'll get a free title history report plus a free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection. That's including 24/7 monitoring on your title records, urgent alerts to any changes, and if fraud happens, their US-based team will spend up to $1 million restoring your home's title. Don't wait until it's too late. Protect your equity today. Go to HometitleLock.com, use code Tatum, or just click the link below. Let's get some news clips rolling on this one. Let's go to the beginning. Let's go to clip 102. Roll it.
And I want to conclude finally by saying that the government is prepared to take whatever action is necessary. Included in that is the need for tougher gun laws. And this afternoon at 4 o'clock, I will put on the agenda of the National Cabinet tougher gun laws, including limits on the number of guns that can be used or licensed by individuals. A review of licenses over a period of time. People's circumstances change. People can be radicalised over a period of time. Licenses should not be in perpetuity.
Time out. You stupid mother sucker. Can I say that? That's not cussing, right? Mother sucker? Okay. I want to say with an F. How can you be so stupid and mindless to say something this crazy? We're going to do the restrictions on the amount of guns you can have. You know, the people that's killing people don't give a... Do it look like they were doing something that was lawful? Just explain this to me. Does it look like the father and son duo was following a law that you can't murder people? Did it look like the father-son duo was following the laws that you can't shoot probably openly in the public areas? I guarantee you they probably wasn't supposed to have a gun in the first place. There's nobody else with a gun. There was nobody shooting back. Where? Show me somebody shooting back.
Yeah.
Nobody shooting back. Nobody had a gun, but the criminal. Okay, let him finish.
And checks, of course, making sure that those checks and balances are in place as well. We will I'll take to National Cabinet this afternoon a proposal to empower agencies to examine.
I'm done. I'm done listening to him. Like, I'm literally going to go to hell at the stuff I want to say about this guy. This is what y'all, this is not what they get, because I wish he would have got shot up instead of them, given the fact that he is doing nothing to help his own people. He is not going to do anything. He's going to continue to pitch stupidity because it's politically expedient. You got Australians out there getting smoked because you want to put more laws in place. And I'm telling you, the people that want to break the law and kill you, they don't give a F.
Not the gun
Same
that's
thing in
killing
America.
people. It's the person using
We're
it.
going to make gun laws stricter. Okay, to who? The criminal don't give a.
Yeah,
You know,
they'll
murder
find a
is
way
a
to get
higher
it.
crime than possession of a stolen gun. And they don't give about murder. What makes you think they care about the possession of a firearm?
Uh-huh.
I feel bad for the people of Australia. I feel bad for the people who are up under the regime or leadership of wussies with a capital P. No spine, no sack. Just no fortitude whatsoever. Just complete cowards. You walk up and spit in their wife's face and they won't do nothing. Them kind of guys.
Mm-hmm.
That's the kind of leaders that are leading these countries. A guy where a man will walk up and slap his wife on the butt and he'll turn his head like it never happened. A man will come spit in his wife's face and he won't defend her honor. That's what kind of wussies that are leading these countries. I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you.
Yep.
I would never do this because I don't want to go to jail. But I'll slap him with an open hand. I won't even ball my fist. And he would do nothing. He probably would turn his head and walk away.
Yep.
Like one of the little guys did with the Nick Fuentes. I don't know if y'all saw that clip. Nick Fuentes hanging out with some little trolls, and one of these dudes that's super racist let a man slap him, and he walked away. Okay. Let's move on. Let's get to a couple of these situations.
Interviews.
Let's listen to what these Islamic terrorists are saying who live in Sydney. Let's play that clip, clip 103. This is the mentality they have. Hold on, before you start it. This is not after the shooting. This was from another situation. But this is the sentiment that they have. They're crowding and rallying together in a war cry to not assimilate to the Australian values, but to take over Australia. Wrote a clip.
I'm smiling. I'm smiling and I'm happy. I'm elated. It's a day of courage. It's a day of happiness. It's a day of pride. It's a day of victory. This is the day we've been waiting for. 75 years. 75 years of occupation. 15 years of blockade. What yesterday happened was the first time our brothers and sisters broke through the largest prison on earth! Occupation is the cry! Occupation is the cry!
All right, that's enough. So, I think this was them smiling and cheering when October the 7th happened, somewhere similar to that.
Somewhere.
We got to, I'm not trying to get myself in trouble with nobody. We got to get rid of these people. I don't know why we are slow dragging our feet on this thing. These people are evil. They're not
A
assimilating.
good majority of them.
They want you dead. They hate you. They hate your religion. And they're just waiting for the phone call. That's all it is. You either come here and denounce that behavior as a Muslim, denounce the behavior, or you cannot come here to America. You have to get kicked out of America. You guys are going to set yourself up for there to be a civil war, and I'm warning you, that's what's going to happen if these people keep being radicalized. What other religion is doing this except the jihadist religion? What other religion is doing this? You don't see Christians out here doing it. You don't see Jews out here doing it. You don't see Buddhists out here doing it. You don't see none of the Mormons out here doing this.
Taoist,
You don't see
Mormon,
nobody doing this
Taoist.
but radicalized Islam. There's a reason why. Let's go back in the history book real quick, just in case you cowards forgot. Let's go back to the history books. Let's go to clip 104. And just to show you very clearly, what we're up against. This is kind of the stuff that they do in America in the same spirit. Wrote a clip.
Courtroom video begins by showing Omar Mateen buying a ticket before walking into Pulse as club goers are enjoying Last Call. It's just before 2 a.m. Mateen then leaves the building, but returns less than 10 minutes later and almost immediately opens fire into the main part of the club with his semi-automatic rifle.
The FBI now believes the massacre in San Bernardino was an act of foreign-inspired terrorism. Shortly before Saeed Farouk and his wife, Tashfeen Malik, opened fire, Malik took to her Facebook page to pledge her allegiance to ISIS. The attack left 14 people dead. They were among about 80 San Bernardino County Health Department workers who were holding a holiday celebration.
What the hell is that? Oh my God! Something blew up! Something blew up! Oh my God, something happened! Holy
Say Major Nidal Malik Hassan opened fire. Hassan was carrying 2 handguns, a 5.7 millimeter pistol and a .357 Magnum revolver. Inside the processing center, the Army and the FBI are now combing Hassan's computer records, assessing his apparent attraction to inflammatory websites and this mosque in suburban Washington, one that also ministered to 2 of the September 11th hijackers, and who was once led by an imam who reportedly was investigated by the FBI.
Near the top of the World Trade Center said, "We're blanking dying," when asked what was happening, and hung up. There was screaming and yelling in the background, and a follow-up call was not answered.
Today we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country.
Now, at what point are we going to start being real with ourselves? And I'm not saying we should be critical of every single person that's Islamic or whatever you want to call it. But when you see these people that are openly incompatible with the American values, we have to shout it down. We have to protest against these people. We have to not let these people in our country. It's that simple. Nobody else is doing this but them. I'm just saying, look at all these terrorist attacks. Nobody's doing this stuff but them. And according to Sarah Adams, we're going to see so many more. And when it happens, it's not if, when it happens, how will we respond? Now I want to give a quick shout out to the guy who thwarted this incident. Was a bold guy. I think he was also Islamic or whatever you want to call it. He was Muslim. He jumped on the guy and stopped him. Now, because they have a culture of wussification, he should have shot and killed the guy, but he didn't, and he let the guy keep shooting people, or his son kept shooting people. I don't know. They're not built like us. Man, if I'd have taken the gun from somebody, he's dead, and I'm going after the other guy to make sure I protect the people. If I'm gonna get shot, I might as well get shot saving people instead of just standing there. But I do give him some credit because it's not his fault he's a wussy and afraid to shoot the guy. Or maybe he's afraid he's going to go to prison if he shoot this guy because, knowing Australia, they'll put you in jail when you're shooting a terrorist, trying to prevent him from killing other people. Maybe he didn't know how to operate the gun. I don't know. But he should have shot this man 100 times after he took the gun from him. Let me show you him because I still think no matter what, he's a hero. Wrote a clip.
Oh! C'est un malade. Oh non, gros. Oh! Ouais, mais il y a son pote, il va se faire tirer dessus. Il est trop con, le mec qui a l'arme. Le mec est hyper courageux. Oh.
So first of all, these dudes are not good shots. Thank God. That's why they laying sleep right now. Probably going to hell when they wake up. But shout out to this guy. They got a GoFundMe for him. If you guys want to support the GoFundMe, Bill Ackman gave $100,000 to this GoFundMe, which is incredible. But the guy was shot a few times, and he was a hero. He put his neck out there when nobody else would to protect. Now, I might try to give to this. I don't know. I gotta really see, because we've been giving away a lot of money lately. The campaigns, we've been doing a lot lately. So I may give a little bit to this if I can. But if you guys are interested, you can just go on there. We'll probably put the link in the description section if you want to give and be a part of that. But this was a crazy happening. One of the even crazier things was that one of the patrons or people who were there who survived said the police didn't do anything.
Can you tell me what happened?
Yes, it was two shooters, one on the bridge, one under the bridge. Just start to shoot for 20 minutes. They shoot, change the magazine and just shoot. Simple as that. 20 minutes was 4 policemen there. Nobody gave fire back. Nothing. Like they are froze. Like for it looked like 20 minutes. Like, and they shoot. The guy changed magazine. I look at him all the time. I was two of my babies under me, and I look at that, and it's just rifle and a pistol, and just shoot. And the other one was under. They start to come close to the audience. I think one of the people took his rifle and shoot him. That's one of them. That's what I saw. I didn't know how much I saw, but
Who were they targeting?
oh, all the crowd, anyone, Jewish, just shoot. Doesn't matter who. Man,
they were shooting like wild.
Kids, everyone was no.
Did they say anything?
I couldn't hear. Like the shooting was so loud, we couldn't hear if they said. I was too far. Like he was on the bridge, I was near the tent. So, but I saw. I look at him. I look what he shot. I look at his rifle. He aimed. He did. He really take his time. He should take his time. And 4 policemen there didn't give fire back. I don't understand why. Why?
Yeah. It makes no sense. None whatsoever. No idea why. Too scared. Or rather have their constituents die than worry about their own lives. Sad. Oh, Gina's gonna leave? Geeks and Gamers 2. What did she do?
Kristen Stewart is back in the news, Jay. Kristen Stewart of Twilight fame. You remember Twilight? And then, all the different things she was in after that. She's been very upset with the current status quo in the entertainment industry, Jay. And she's been talking about it for a couple months, actually. And this gives me a great opportunity to bring back an article that I never talked about a month ago that I had sitting there, like ready to pull up on a tab for weeks and weeks and weeks. I finally shut it down. I'm like, I'm never going to talk about this. And then Kristen Stewart says something else stupid. So
Smelly lady.
That works. But Kristen Stewart claims the racist entertainment industry hates women and marginalized voices.
Wow.
This terrible entertainment industry, Jay.
Wow.
This terrible one. Actress Kristen Stewart said in an interview that the entertainment industry is capitalist hell. We're in a pivotal nexus because I think we're ready for a full system break. You know what I mean? I mean that across the board, and also very specific to the world I live in, which is very exclusively
Twilight series
in the entertainment industry.
We
need to start sort of stealing our every union. Trust me, we wouldn't survive without them. But in terms of the terms and some of the rules and structures we've set up have created unbelievable barriers for artists to express themselves, Stewart said. I think having been in so impossible for people to tell stories and having it be such an exclusive and rarefied novel position to find yourself doing so is capitalist hell. And it hates women, and it hates marginalized voices, and it's racist. I think we need to figure out a way to make it easier to speak to each other in cinematic terms. It's too hard to make movies right now that aren't blockbustery, whatever, proven equations. Yeah, I feel like it's actually really easy to like get fucking your shit movies made. It just might be on some back ass end of a streaming service. Maybe the movies that you want to get made for as big of a budget as you want to have them get made for, that maybe no one else is willing to put in the time, effort, or energy for something that no one's going to watch. Kristen Stewart, that's my guess.
What kind of word that using every talking point bulletin to claim that the industry is bad? We're literally here waiting for a Supergirl trailer starring a woman. What is wrong with these people, man? What like they live in such a they live on their own farts. That's the only thing I could think of. Like they have no concept of the real world or what is going on. They get some kind of like postcard or email saying, make sure you say this and this because we're trying to push something, which I don't know what. It just makes you look dumb and retarded. It makes you look dumber than me when you say stuff like this. Plus, you're right. I can't remember a single film that she's been in ever since like that vampire movie, Twilight.
She was getting pissy like a month ago, right? November 4th. Kristen Stewart slams Hollywood's treatment of women filmmakers after brief moment of progress post-Me Too. It is devastating. So basically what she's saying is, unlike in the immediate post-Me Too era to make all this bullshit, including that terrible Charlie's Angels movie that she was a part of. Remember that, Jay?
I don't remember.
Remember that massive failure that Charlie's Angels reboot was, where they didn't want men to go there, then complained when men didn't show up? So I think this is just Kristen Stewart being very upset that they're not handing out as much stuff to anybody that comes asking anymore, because the era of Me Too and all of this fucking bullshit in Hollywood was a complete and total failure. So she's been upset about this for a while. So it's racist, it's sexist, anybody that's marginalized, you just can't get your way. You can't get your incredible activist film made. Fuck off.
You think she's mad that she's just not getting any work? And she sits around saying, I'm a better actor than him.
Look,
I'm a better actor than her.
I think it's more about, I don't think it's necessarily about her getting work. I think it's about the movies that are that choose to be told, and she doesn't think that enough of them reflect her worldview, right? I think it's about what things get made in general, not just specifically about her. But I'm sure she would love to take part in those movies, though. It's so difficult to make movies. It just doesn't need to be. I'm just trying to think of some weird, like Marxist, communist-like situation that other people can definitely think. Of course, this psycho's saying that, but I think it's possible, especially in these kind of narrow, exclusive environments. I'm not talking about the world at large, but for us, the system has barred so many people and made it too difficult, to be honest. Yes, we need a Marxist, communist-like situation where I'm sure that all of the transgender and queer filmmakers will do really well, Jay. I'm sure all those movies will get made that they want.
Yeah, I mean, it was so much better when like celebrities only talked about like their upcoming movies and not like Their hopes and dreams and ambitions. I mean, it's just laughable, man. It's laughable. I mean, she's a little late to the party with those type of claims too, right? Isn't that just so like 3 years ago?
I think it's just trying to get back to that Me Too era. She misses it.
Oh, okay.
When people would just greenlight shit because it was written by a woman who said that she got fucking abused by somebody. So like,
I think when the Marvels, like
everything.
literally like the last one, they kind of gave the reins to like a woman and they like promoted it, like the first black woman director ever in a Marvel. So go see it. Forget about the story. Forget about the movie. Forget about anything. Go there to support the director. And it is now it's like the worst bomb ever for Marvel. So she's got that record too.
Yeah.
Good job.
That's the last of them. Good riddance. What the hell would we ever need guns for?
Victory is ours.
Quick, grab the guns! They're our only hope!
Hey, Bob, you remember the other day you were asking me what the definition of irony was, and I said,
What's up, guys? Benny, remember that one time when female FBI agents literally got down on their knees to pledge fealty to a terrorist group that was occupying our nation's capital with the Antifa and BLM protests? Amazing times. They got on their little LARPing FBI flak jackets and wore their little badges and took a knee to BLM, at least those who are still physically capable of taking a knee. You know what I mean? Anyway, I don't know what they're doing. Maybe they are still working on their knees. Nobody knows because they're all fired. Everybody in this photo has been relieved of duty from the FBI because, well, obviously this is a practice in total humiliation. I guess there was one dude. Can you even call this guy a dude? Look at him. You're FBI, ladies and gentlemen. He couldn't even actually get down on his knees. What a disaster. Maybe we should not be hiring activists inside of law enforcement, and maybe there are some people that just aren't cut out for it.
Very true.
Remember when President Trump was shot in the head? Most people
Three
do.
women.
There was one agent that really caught a lot of people's attention.
That one back there that had no idea what she was doing.
Lady Ghostbuster, right? She is the Lady Ghostbuster who used President Trump's body as a human shield for herself. Just a reminder, and we still don't know who this is, but Lady Ghostbuster here was, instead of covering President Trump when he was shot, she knelt down behind him to use Trump as a human shield for her.
Yep.
Okay, you should never work again. And then when President Trump was taken to his waiting vehicle, she didn't know how to holster her weapon.
Oh, yeah.
Remember this?
No idea what to do.
Yeah, look at that.
She's putting it on her badge.
Just hold it. Yeah. You gotta be able to perform under pressure in jobs like this. It is absolutely critical. It's life or death. And sadly, what we've seen in a place called Bondi Beach is that there was most likely more death than needed to be when two Islamic radicals, Muslim terrorists, who were imported to Australia by the Australian government to slaughter their own people, the actual native people of Australia, Australians who built Australia, were sitting on a beach. These are beachgoers that were at a Jewish festival. We'll never know their true motive, right? And two gunmen, father and son, went to the same mosque, decided to open fire on them and murder 12. But the horrific reality of this is that it could have potentially been prevented. Because the cops that were there were police officers, all over the place. The cops that were there didn't do anything. Bondi Beach terror survivor describes how cops froze during 20-minute shooting rampage. I don't understand why. Look at this. Look at this photo of the female cops sitting there, I don't know, surrendering? What the hell is she doing? They said that the female cops froze during the massacre. They could have actually engaged the killer and the killers and prevented the wanton death of 12 Australians. Here are some of the photos of the female cops freezing. Here's another photo of a female cop kneeling behind a car. Remember this? It's like, it rhymes, right? George Lucas. It's like it rhymes. Look at that, kneeling behind the car instead of engaging the actual terrorist. The hell do you think your job is here? Again, we pay this person, this individual who used Trump as a human shield, Melissa McCarthy of the Secret Service, who used Trump as a human shield, gets paid by us to protect Donald Trump. This individual and this lady, they get paid by the Australian taxpayers to protect them. Like, not only is she not protecting anyone, like, nobody even respects what she's saying. Look at this dude just walking by, and these dudes, like, nobody even cares. They're not intimidated. They don't understand or care at all. 2 female Australian cops froze during the attack, allowing more lives to be lost. Australia terrorist who killed 10 people has been identified as Naveed Akram. The results of mass migration. The Australian government imported terrorists and allowed their citizens to be slaughtered. Look at this. What a monster. Incredible footage out of Australia confirmed that the brave bystander neutralized one of the terrorists in the Bondi Beach attack, which took place at a Hanukkah gathering. Australian authorities say multiple people have been killed. 2 suspects are in custody. This is one of the bravest and most insane videos I've ever seen in my life. So during the actual shooting rampage, see here. During the actual shooting rampage, where the 2 gunmen were able to just stand on a bridge and wander through this beach area, and nobody, people are driving by, nobody does anything. They're just able to, like, sit there. Finally, somebody steps up and does this.
Oh!
And takes him on. And then takes his firearm from him. Disarms the terrorist. It's one of the single bravest things I've ever seen done. It wasn't a cop. It wasn't a member of the police. It wasn't a member of the armed services. It was literally a
other videos over to the side.
Dude
over
subdued
here.
the shooter in Australia, an absolute hero. He went directly into harm's way to save people from being shot. God bless him.
There's
Who is
this dude?
His name is Ahmed Al-Ahmed, and he is recovering from his wounds at the hospital. You can see him here with New South Wales Premier Chris Minns. Ahmed's immigration lawyer says he is a humble man. He's not interested in coverage. He just did what he was compelled to do as a human being on that day. The lawyer went on to say this is his way of conveying his gratitude for staying in Australia, for being granted citizenship.
So, there you go. Ahmed Al-Ahmed disarmed 1 terrorist with his bare hands. God bless you, sir. He was wounded in the exchange, but it saved lives.
Okay. Yeah.
Ahmed Al-Ahmed. He's a father of 2 and a local shop owner. He was shot twice during this unbelievable act of disarming one of the terrorists.
Crazy.
Surgery. Again,
Crazy.
one of the
He was
single,
shot.
like,
It was the
whatever you
son
want
that
to
shot
say
him
about
who
it,
was standing up on the bridge still.
bravest thing I've ever seen done. And it's what you've, like, got to do in a situation like this, because obviously these guys, not trained professionals.
Dude's an absolute hero.
One person can just step up and do what needs to be done and make the difference. This is why I like our Second Amendment.
Yep.
Second Amendment saves so many lives every single year because people know that you're packing. Like, people know that everyone is carrying smoke. Everyone is carrying heat. And so expect to be met with equal and opposite force. Bondi Beach terrorist was wearing a Pakistani cricket jersey on his driver's license picture. So he's from Pakistan. Islamic terrorist number 2. Chilling. But they were just able to sit there and open fire for 20 minutes. 20 minutes. And now the absolute dipstick of a Australian prime minister says the true threat is right-wing extremist groups after the Islamic attack yesterday. Sick. One of these men was banned from Australia. That's right.
Yeah.
Incredible. What a lost civilization. No, don't go quietly. Men and women of Australia, stand up, save your great nation before it's too late. Please. Please. Your country's gone insane. We need remigration and mass deportations now. There are some civilizations that are not harmonious or compatible with Western civilization. And it's time for us to just accept that reality. It's Boy Benny. Like, share, and subscribe. See ya.
Oh,
That's the last. That's the last of them. Good riddance. What the hell would we ever need guns for? Victory is ours. Quick, run!
Hey, there's me on YouTube. Mm, 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 mm. Of course, Nux. And Nux is on top of that one. Chop, chop. Why is he wearing a bone? Anybody on X or oh, she's playing Bloodburn. How's it going? Oh, playing Bloodborne, huh? Kind of gothed out. Alright, the sun is an enormous free fusion reactor in the sky. It's super dumb to make tiny fusion reactors on Earth. If you burned 4 Jupiters, the sun would still round up to 100% of all power that will ever be produced in the solar system. Stop wasting money on puny little reactors unless actively acknowledging that they are just there for your pet science project. Was there like an attempt on her life? No, she's just trying to cause drama. Pigheads have been thrown at a Muslim gravesite in Australia following the Bondi Beach terrorist incident. Homophobia is expected to increase in the West on social media and in cities and towns, frightening times. Coming from a Muslim. No wonder. A Muslim does not harm the innocent, not even an ant. Allah tells us in the story of Prophet Sulaiman Isa how we showed mercy to ants. These acts have been nothing to do with Islam. Blame the individual, not the religion. Besides, no genuine evidence he's a Muslim. No, we're gonna blame Islam. He said a true Muslim does not harm the innocent. Quick question. According to Islam, are Jews, Christians, and other non-Muslims who reject Muhammad innocent? Enforced the Communist Control Act of 1954. Yeah. Poland has officially banned the Communist Party. I wanted to let you guys know that I'm alive. What? She's an absolute joke. Yeah. Gonna cover up happened at Brown University. What?
Attempted cover up, but today we're going to be exposing all of it. Now, as you might have heard, right around 50 hours ago, there was a mass casualty incident, as the left-wing media is calling it, at Brown University in Providence, Rhode Island. This incident regrettably leaving 2 people without their lives and another 9 people injured. But very curiously, those in charge of the investigation seem to be doing everything they can to drag their feet and effectively accomplish nothing. And now, this is where things get interesting, because any reasonable person would ask the question, why might they be doing that? Well, late last night, one of the victims who unfortunately lost their life has been identified as 19-year-old Ella Cook, vice president of the Brown University Republican Club. Now, folks, right around 12,000 students are currently enrolled at Brown University, and out of those 12,000 students, only 92 identify as conservative. That's 0.8%. And then Ella Cook was just one out of those 92, the vice president, and she was the victim. Folks, that's one hell of a coincidence, which is, by the way, exactly what the left-wing media is telling us to believe right now. That all of this is just one big, massive coincidence. But you know what? Things actually get even weirder. Take a look. Around 12 hours after the incident took place, a suspect was taken into custody, at which point the suspect's identity was announced to all of us around the country. Now, that suspect who you're currently looking at, as we were told, was 24-year-old Ben Erickson, Brown University student who seems to be a member of the far left. And I say that because according to his own LinkedIn page, suspect Ben Erickson is interested in social action, gender equity, and refugee and migrant support. Interests that are a little bit more typical of those on the far left as opposed to the center or the right. But okay, well, case closed, right? Well, no, because they actually just released Mr. Erickson saying that they got the wrong guy. Take a look.
The person of interest in the Brown University shooting has just been released, turning the case back into a manhunt.
And Brian Yanis joins us live there with the very latest. Brian, this happened late last night. They had someone that they thought was a person of interest, but they have to let him go if they don't have enough evidence, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Good morning. A stunning turn of events here at Brown University when authorities last night at about 11:30 at night held that press conference and told the world that they had the wrong guy and are now looking for a person of interest, the gunman responsible for killing 2 students and wounding 9 other students at the engineering and physics building behind me.
So folks, there you have it. The primary suspect has now been released, which means the manhunt is back underway. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as of recording this video, approximately 50 hours have gone by since the Brown University incident took place, over 2 days. And now, for the record, Brown University has over 800 individual security cameras spread out across its campus, but still 0 of that university security footage has been released to the public. What they have released, however, is a 15-second video clip from a street side camera that was actually re-recorded on someone's cell phone, in which we can't even see the suspect's face or skin color or really anything else for that matter. So pardon me for saying this, but yeah, it almost seems like there's a little bit of a cover-up here. But you know what? This entire situation gets even worse, because late last night, the Rhode Island State Attorney General actually spoke about all of this, and I think all of you are going to want to hear what he had to say. But first, I do want to say real fast that if you folks enjoy the daily news updates, please consider subscribing to the channel because it really does help a ton. But okay, check this out.
It led to us detaining a person of interest. And so those words and how we choose those words when we're talking about an investigation matter. And what it means here is that certainly there was some degree of evidence that pointed to this individual, but that evidence needed to be corroborated and confirmed. And over the last 24 hours, leading into just very, very recently, that evidence now points in a different direction. So what that means is that this person of interest needs to be and should be released.
So just to make this very clear, they did have evidence suggesting that the perpetrator was primary suspect Ben Erickson, but then they got different evidence suggesting that the perpetrator was someone else. I'm sorry, but what? Why did they initially think that it was Ben Erickson? What did that evidence look like? Well, you know what? Maybe it had something to do with this. What you're looking at is a report from almost exactly a month ago, before any of this had happened, in which the Brown University conservatives had said that they were in fear of expressing their beliefs on campus. So that is to say, this has been a known problem. This entire situation could have been entirely avoided if Brown University had actually listened to these conservative students. But you know what's perhaps most haunting about all of this? In all likelihood, as vice president of the Brown University conservatives, Ella Cook was probably one of the individuals that was personally raising these concerns to the university. But she was ignored, and so now her life has been robbed by yet another violent, far-left radical. Now, folks, as it relates to Ella Cook, I've got something else that I think all of you are going to want to take a look at. You see, an inside source has actually come forward and given some additional information as it pertains to what's really going on here. Take a look. As an individual who was close to Ella Cook reported, she was a leader in the only conservative group on campus which had 15 members. 19-year-old from Birmingham, Alabama. Providence Police Department called the family late last night and informed them that they believe the attack was targeted. The girl was a conservative Christian and a leader in one of the only right-wing groups allowed on campus. They only had 20 members. It was her and her conservative and moderate friend group studying for exams. The killer entered with a plan, looked for her, and then shot her in the face. And so, folks, that right there is exactly why they don't want any of us to have all the information. As you all know, for months now, the Democrats have been deliberately and intentionally inciting their far-left base to carry out violent attacks against President Trump and all of his supporters. And of course, they've been doing this by repeating the mantra time and time again that President Trump and all of his supporters are fascists, they're threats to democracy, and that they need to be stopped at all costs. And so, as a direct consequence of all of that violence-inducing rhetoric coming from the left, we've recently seen not one but two attempts to take out President Trump. They regrettably successfully took out Charlie Kirk. We've also seen a drastic 1,800% increase in violent attacks against ICE officers just trying to do their job nationwide. And now we are seeing young conservative student leaders get targeted and gunned down in their university classrooms. And oh yeah, what's been the response from the right to all of this? Absolutely nothing. There's been no massive national crackdown on far-left terror groups. There have been no major arrests of the left-wing politicians and commentators that have been deliberately instigating all of this. And all of the foreign NGO money that's been paying for all of this is still to this very day pouring into the country. So folks, I'll tell you what, here's the reality. If we want all of this far-left violence to come to a stop, we need action now. We need to see a shock and awe campaign aimed at holding all of these people criminally accountable immediately. Because the reality is, the far left is only behaving this way because they're not afraid. They know that they're not going to get held accountable. Right now, the Republicans have control of the House, the Senate, and the White House, but still, effectively, nothing is happening. So I don't know about all of you, but as far as I'm personally concerned, I think it's about time that the Trump administration proves all of these radical leftists wrong. So here's my personal message to President Trump. Institute a crackdown the likes of which this country has never seen. Because I'll tell you what, that is what it's going to take to actually put America first.
Oh well. I'm getting likes on my post. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Appreciate each and every one of the likes. Yeah, true. Who knows? I might call it here on the stream though. And play some video games off stream. Listen to some YouTube debates or something. Yeah, I think this is a good stopping point. I've taken my medicine, so I get the sleepy eyes, and I don't want to fall asleep accidentally on stream, so we'll call it here. 1 o'clock in the morning sounds good. All right, thank you everybody for coming out. God bless. Enjoy the rest of your night. Don't know how to raid, so can I raid? Let's see. I'll raid with this. Who do we want to raid? We're not gonna raid Fuentes. Oh.
But like he doesn't seem like he's doing this because he's like some bad dude. He's doing it because he's being like an edgelord sort of shit. And he's like they'll take me out of the creator program, but nothing happens to Nick Fuentes.
I mean, did you watch Third Rail Fly on Friday?
I a little bit. I was on Bourbon and Beer until the end, and then we started streaming.
Okay,
so when they raided out, we got a raid from Colossus 0814. Thank you for the raid, Colossus.
Thank you.
You're always colossal in my heart.
Thank you for the raid.
No homo.
I don't know if you're familiar with this, but you watch Crowder, right?
Very rarely now. Ever since Dave left, it hasn't been the same.
You know Tool Man, right?
Tim the Tool
guy
Man.
that sits there and pushes buttons.
Yeah.
He
Boys,
was actually on
have a
Third
good
Rail
night
Fly with
and
us.
GG's.
Oh, that's cool.
You know,
Nice. It's pretty
and
nice.
so I mean,